Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and looks like the entire DMF staff of Gloucester and New Bedford. Few people from public. Oh, I'm sorry, we have bathroom and daughter, so we have 4 from the public. I don't know, a dozen and a half from DMF and 6 members, 5 members, six members.
And 3 from one.
Oh, yes, the colonel's here too. He's gonna remind the commission about the lack of enforcement officers in the field. Well, I want to welcome everybody to the May 29, 2025 monthly Marine Fish Advisory Commission meeting. So I've called it to order, routine business, introductions and announcements. I would just like to go on record, Jared, so the recorder is on. We all got an email from Jared about elections, you know, with the state ending the year in June, beginning the new year, July 1st. And apparently commission members got back to him and said there was no need to hold elections. But I would like that to be on record, like a need for the board to keep the officers in place, some type of affirmation. So it's on record.
I move that we retain current officers for another year.
Thank you.
Second.
Second by Kelly Evans. Thank you.
I think-
sec-
Discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think we were going that route, but, you know, I would support that, but, we don't, I think with a new bunch of members coming on, it might be worth waiting until we get that full complement to be able to determine
have the time to
what
do that.
direction we want to go in.
I don't see any reason for that.
All right, so
Just
we're on
just a thought on my part.
status quo.
Yep.
And now I'm gonna turn to the director and talk to him about the list for new members, because we've been shy and there's another member stepping off the commission at the end of August, so Dan.
Good morning, everyone. The Marine Fisheries Advisory Commission appointments are made by the governor. And as some of you may know, has been appointed, you know, requires a background check, and so it takes some time. But I've been in constant communication with the commissioner, Tom O'Shea, about the need to, you know, get a full complement and also to anticipate other vacancies. And so I know that he has conducted some interviews so that he can make recommendations to the governor's office. It is a work in progress. And all I can say is that it's just as important to me to not be worried about a quorum. So yeah, we're working on that. You know, it's I think you know, with Khalil planning on stepping down soon, and Mike Kirdenok having departed, there's definitely a need for some recreational folks to join the commission in those 2 seats. So he's working on it, but it's I really can't comment on it because it's done by what's called boards and commissions, which is an entity within the administration, and those appointments kind of made on that schedule. But Tom's has been Tom has a short list, a long list. He's conducted some interviews, so I'm hopeful by the next time we meet, which I think the plan is to meet in early August, that you'll have a full complement.
Thank you, Dan. Is Commissioner O'Shea on this call? Tom, are you on this call?
He's not. Copy it is.
So, thank you.
Yeah, he had a conflict.
Yeah.
Leo?
I really think it's important. I mean, Mike's Kirdenok's position has been open since last September.
Yeah.
It's gonna be probably a full year, and
Yeah.
is it unacceptable or acceptable? That's debatable, but things seem to be moving, not at DMF's level, but it seems to be moving at a snail's pace for whatever reason. And there are folks out there, good people who are gonna be able to take over the positions, and you would think that you need a full complement to run the business here. And to run it on 7 or 6, if I'm stepping away in August, now you're down another person, is anybody else leaving? Cause
Yeah,
Oh, you-
Because as of now, Bill Doyle and I are the only two left in the gang of seven that was brought on in 2016, when that purge took place. Ray was retained, and Bill Adler was retained, and Bill was replaced a year later. So the commission was really new, and really basically had 8 new members on it. And there is a ramp up, in the time that people have to get it. When I came in here, I was a fish out of water. I had no idea what was going on. I still don't sometimes, but so it's important somehow to put the pressure on to get those positions filled as quickly as possible.
all I can say is, my periodic meetings with the commissioner, I do include my senior staff, and they know that I oscillate between being polite and patient and being a nudge. And I've been nudging on this one, so it's really
Yeah.
important.
I'm not saying,
We hear you.
I'm not saying it has come from this level,
Yeah, but we be a part of the solution, a part of the problem, so we'll work on it.
just my thoughts.
Any other thoughts? Please express them now, otherwise we're gonna move along. Tim, you raised your hand, you're coming off?
Yes, I'm hoping to come off in August,
Okay, so that's.
but I want it, I've been talking about it for actually a couple of years. I don't wanna leave. And another empty hole, so, I'm hoping there's someone sitting in my seat in August.
Well, thank you for bringing that forward. Any other thoughts here before I move on? Okay, the review of the May 25 business meeting agenda. Any changes or additions or thoughts from the commission members? Khalil?
I think for the first time, I have, excuse me, I don't know the person who took the minute,
Bradley,
Bradley, but the first time doing it, did a great job, thank you.
It is a team effort. I get a lot of feedback.
You mean the young lady who was at the Kingston meeting and sat there
Yes,
and wasn't introduced?
she was, but you know.
You feel that in the
When you get to be 83, you forget quickly.
Yes.
listen, I'm not a fan of that Kingston location because you face an empty audience, and there was Bradley in my blind spot.
Yes, she was.
And we have met over Zoom.
That's right.
It's a thank you.
Yeah, but
It's a thank
you were in
you.
person.
It's a thankless job, really is,
Yeah.
but an important
In
job.
person is a lot different than Zoom, believe me.
So motion to accept?
The agenda, seconded by Shelley. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Shelley. The review and approval of the April 25 draft business meeting minutes. Any edits, thoughts?
I had a couple edits that I
Shelley, you
think
recognize?
Jared. I wasn't at the meeting, so I can't vote on them, but in reading through them, on the first page, just in the attendance, Suki is listed twice. And so it was hard
Can
to
you
know.
speak up, please?
Yeah, in the attendance list, Suki is listed twice, so it was hard to know if you were absent or present.
I was in between.
And then just on page 6, it says in the first paragraph, down in the middle, Amaru supports this, noting how warning waters, and I was thinking that should be warming.
Thank you for picking that up.
Thank you, Shelley. Any other comments on the minutes? Ed? We're all good. So do we need
Motion to
a motion? This is a roll call, or is that just Zoom?
just Zoom.
Zoom.
Motion to
Yeah.
accept?
By Tim Brady,
Second.
seconded by Bill Ammer. Thank you. Agency updates.
We have to
Direct
have a vote.
here.
Yeah, there needs to be not a roll call, but just a vote on the minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All those in favor of
Aye.
accepting?
Aye.
Thank you.
I have to abstain.
Yeah, so.
You're abstaining.
I wasn't there.
You weren't there.
We have to vote on the original, very first motion we made about accepting the current executive officers. It was a motion.
I think you can accept that on lack of objections.
Okay,
Sounds good.
except on a lack of objection. Thank you,
Unanimous
Jack.
consent.
You guys all agree?
I play a lawyer at work.
You should You should go back and have DMF.
You got some
Talk to
extra.
Kevin.
Get some extra cash.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere.
Have Kevin finance you, you know?
I was trying to get real distracted.
You'd make a great. You'd make a great lawyer for DMF. Are you kidding me?
That's
You're so close there. Okay, now we can move along to agency updates, Director Dan McKeon.
Agency update, you wanna go?
Okay,
Law
Office of Law Enforcement, who wants to speak first?
Sure, thank you.
But today you're recognized,
Oh,
you have the vest on.
That's right, with the name. First of all, just want to say, we had great cooperation this year with BMF on the lobster gear with Brendan. Worked out fantastic. A lot of it's last minute, we understand that, especially with weather, but just want to say from our perspective, seemed to work out really well. And thank you all for that. Really appreciate it with the whole right whale closures. Been a busy year in the northern Gulf of Maine scallop season, that's on the federal side. Had a few cases out of that with a lot of the scallop overages. That seems to be still trickling a little bit. There still seems to be some folks out there in that closed season, in the closed area right now. So we're looking at that with the NOAA agents. Tautog and Scup seem to, they've made their way in. We're already seeing some Tautog violations in the area and some Scup violations. Not so much black sea bass yet, but that's just around the corner. So that should prove to be another busy year in that area. Striped bass, of course, are in, and we're seeing violations up and down the coast on that, all the way up in the Merrimack River to Lawrence Dam. Ridley Locks in Boston, the same old violation. With
And
that,
those being, what are those?
overages or size violations, recreational side. Again, with the striped bass, we're preparing for the next few, a few weeks when the commercial season starts on the 17th, so preparing for that as well. The offshore patrol boat, the new one we got this year, the 41, has proven to be a great platform. It's fully operational right now, and we're really looking forward to opening up and getting out into the Nantucket Sound and that kind of southern area that's proven typically have been difficult for us to get there on the 27s or 31s. So looking at that with a lot of the HMS, there'll probably be a lot of limitations this year with the HMS. They're going to reduce their numbers as well. So on the recreational side, we'll be looking at that a lot this summer. With hiring, we got one person we're hiring for the end of this fiscal year. However, we're looking at 6 to 7, hopefully in the next fiscal year after July, hopefully getting them in the door sometime late summer, early fall. So that's what we're really looking forward to. That I've got for law enforcement.
Questions, Leo?
Thank you.
Hey.
Regarding the striped bass violations, when folks are pulled over or stopped and cited, do the folks who were getting cited, they give a reason why they didn't understand what was going on?
Oh, well,
Do they, I mean, what's the typical,
what's the typical response?
I didn't know
That
that.
they didn't know, or there's a lot of times if it's significant, they'll come clean, it's all over the place, a lot of times they'll say. "Oh, well,
Yeah, no, sorry. I said a lot of times I don't have any fish,
Right, yeah.
which to me is a giveaway that you do know the regulations, but you do have fish and they're undersized, oversized,
Yeah.
over limit.
Yeah, we hear it
So
all.
it's not a lack of education.
No, I mean, no, it's, again, most of them know when they're doing that.
They have the look in their face, huh?
So I think this,
Yes,
Bill,
okay, a couple of years ago, we were getting reports about nighttime fishing and very, very serious numbers of fish that were being, it seemed as though it was almost an organized crime kind of a thing. Do you recall that? You gave us the description. And oftentimes the people were not even speaking English that were doing the fishing. Is that gone away?
No, I think that the organized crime part of it is mostly social media, so things move really fast now. So when the fishing's really good, it can literally be hours and you'll get a number of people there, and that fishing effort, it's usually tide related, like right now Ridley Locks or something, you get the herring coming and going. So when at the right tide, so for that next couple of days, the pressure's on and we're a day late, a dollar short kind of thing.
So that fishery, that illegal fishery is still occurring.
When somebody puts out the word that the fishing's good, whether it's striped bass or sea bass or something, the effort seems to accumulate pretty quickly and, yes, so it's. I think it's the social media that it just allows people to,
Are
act
you
a little faster.
monitoring whole social media, John?
I'm not a big social media, but we do have some people, yeah, we do have some people that do it, but
Yeah, because, it's almost like an advertisement for where you should be at that particular time.
yeah, I mean, it's not like a public page, but you get. The friends and it just networks and.
We had some really good night cases last year with the striped bass up in the North Shore, and we're hoping that made a big impact. Because the years past, it hadn't been addressed, and we went out last year and got some really good cases out of it, and we'll see this year if it made a difference.
Did you just have a meeting with New Hampshire trying to coordinate?
We did, yep, just 2 days ago, went up to New Hampshire, we're coordinating with the wardens up there on the boundary, so we work back and forth with that. They don't have a commercial season, however, people will go up there and they'll grab a fish, because a lot of times the fish will go right up there, they've got they got a lot of rocky areas where the fish will feed, and some of the people will go up there, grab the fish, and then come back here and sell them, so we're working with New Hampshire on that.
Good. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I wanted to make one comment on behalf of DMF that I just want to really thank MEP for their tremendous collaboration and coordination with the right whale closure in Holland here. It's been a real collaborative effort, as Jack mentioned, but they really go above and beyond to assist us with the gear cleanup efforts, and also they literally babysit right whales at the east entrance of the canal, which gets a lot of attention among the conservation community as being important. So I really wanted to formally thank them, let the commission know what a great job they did with that.
Well, I have 2 questions. Number one being the trap cleanup. Fewer traps this year,
Oh, absolutely.
So, yeah.
delinquent traps,
Yeah,
fewer
Oh, yeah.
than years past, so
absolutely.
that's, people are recognizing
Yeah, and I don't
the
think,
regulation.
I think we had one case where somebody just purposely left stuff in the water. The rest of it is miscellaneous drag, lost and whatnot, but not the chronic wet storage, purposely leaving it out there.
And so you're working with 5 boats. 5 boats are still contracted to do that.
Yeah,
Wow.
correct. Yep.
Yeah.
We still have
So we have funding for that.
and MEP, yeah, that's in our budget. We do that every year.
And the second question I've already forgotten, but the black sea bass are already.
Yeah.
Big enough.
Would you tell me where they are, Ray? Because I couldn't get it.
Go out of Falmouth Harbor.
Okay, well, that's the other end of the world.
I mean, we left the dock at 12:30. We were back in at 3. 3 of us, we had our limit
I
on
have
black
heard
sea
that-
bass, we had our limit on striped bass.
I've heard that they, in the Western, it has been good, but I can tell you they haven't arrived yet. Unless they did yesterday, because I was out the day before, and we couldn't find a single fish.
Yeah, well, I don't have it here, but I don't really think the artificial reef. Is really.
Oh, no, I was in places where they should be. I steam right by that. Not that there's anything wrong with the artificial reefs, especially the new one that's gonna go up at Dennis. Right, Dan?
Right on.
Okay, Colonel, done anything?
Thank you, sir.
Are we seeing an improvement in numbers for your staff? Or boots in the field,
Yeah,
not
just-
staffing in the office, but.
As Jack indicated, we're in the process of hiring one now. Unfortunately, we were in the process of hiring 3. We had some people back out very late in the game, in the process. Civil service is pretty rigid. They have a very defined process. And so our ability to kind of be nimble and agile and backfill those, we just don't have that. So we'll push those positions to the next fiscal year. So we'll look to hire a fall class, as Jack said, probably 6, 7, potentially 8, depending on retirements that are in process now for the MVP. So we look to fill those. Really, all that does is, it again, it's backfill. So it keeps us at a current level. We're at 104 today, in the, from sworn, from the junior MEP officer to the colonel. It's 104, so strip out some command staff people, people that are assigned to bureaus. So your people that, your MEP officers that the public is interacting with is probably somewhere floats around 80 to 85 for the entire state.
We're looking to get your force back up to 130 someday, somewhere. That's the vision.
That's the vision. The reality, and Director McKiernan knows this all too well, we have a hiring freeze. Fortunately for, in the Commonwealth, fortunately for us, we are exempted for law enforcement and for dispatchers. However, there are critical administrative roles that, we're still gonna struggle with. So support for the Recreational Boating Safety Bureau, as you can imagine, with the passage of Hampton Malone, there'll be significant demands to provide even more motor safety opportunities, and there'll be more interaction with that bureau. So not having the ability to fill those positions is gonna be difficult. And then, of course, we have a bunch of administrative things, that we need to do to maintain the continuity of MEP operations. Significant among them is maintaining our police officers, our Peace Officer Standards and Training Council post certification for the department, for the officers. And so we had been in the process of trying to hire an accreditation manager that would manage all of that, make sure we're in compliance with all the public safety requirements. And that is a position that's kind of closing in time now. So still struggles, we just are trying to kind of tread water, maintain that current staffing level at around 105, but really, I know people float around the number of 130, and I'm going out the door soon, so I can be fairly candid. 160 is probably where you need to be, to be proactive, to begin to think about being proactive, to fill all your districts, and to really start to think proactively and not just be reactive.
160.
That's where I put you.
Thank you. Questions for the current? Thank you for naming this officer. Now we know his first name was Jack. Because he never wears an identification tag. Thank you.
I will say the 104 though is, we were hovering around high 80s, low 90s forever. Since 2014, or 11 since I came on. So even that 104, even though we still need to go further. We're hoping to see at least this year, because they're all in the field now. We went through the training all last year. They're all in the field for this winter, and they're all qualified out there. So we're hoping that's gonna help out this summer as well. That'll be the first time we've had a summer with 104 people in at least 15 years.
I've seen a lot of young officers in the field, at least on the Cape. And I do have the question coming back to striped bass. When somebody gets busted at this time of the year, they're fishing a recreational permit, right? So Jared, does that go to the courts or to an adjudicatory process?
We have held adjudicatory hearings on recreational fishing permits. But if you're willing to, there's no real loss when you lose access to a $10 permit. If you're willing to take a bunch of striped bass illegally, chances are you're willing to fish recreationally illegally. So you're kind of playing whack-a-mole. So in some instances, we have, but it's not all that common. There's a greater loss with a commercial fishing permit because if there's a livelihood there, in many cases, permits are limited entry. So it's not just loss of access, it's permanent loss of access to the permit. So we tend to go that route. I tend to take infractions the administrative route more frequently on the commercial end. There were several cases over the last 2 years involving striped bass violations up on the North Shore and in New Hampshire with fish coming into Massachusetts. And we've taken actions on those permits, and I've come to agreements with almost everyone in that, currently under review, but agreements that to on that to restrict their access moving forward. But yeah, on the recreational side, it's fairly uncommon because it's a lot of work for not much payoff.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? I'd like to thank enforcement, get quite a presentation today, thank you.
So just one question, since we're talking about it, so what is the hit if you get a recreational fisherman who gets, say, caught with 10 undersized striped bass, is there a fine fee structure or?
Yeah, under the statutes, it's $200, depending on, for the overage, the size, difference, this and that, and then $10 per fish. And you can do, the officer has the discretion to do any level of enforcement from just, if they're from Ohio, it's the biggest fish they've ever caught, you can see, or if they're hiding and lying and they've done it before, I've seized a car, I've seized everything that they had going, using for the violation, so it's, you can step it up.
Okay, so then it's up to the court to decide. You know,
Correct,
What?
and inevitably, if the fine's big, they're gonna appeal it and go for a magistrate's hearing, and then we're at the hand court.
So I was just reminded by Jared and Dan, it's a $200 fine, Jared,
For
plus
striped bass, for striped bass.
for striped bass, plus $10 a fish. That would have heard.
Yeah, and that can be, correct me if I'm wrong, that could be per violation. So it's $10 if it's an oversized fish, and then $10 if it's
Over the limit.
over the limit.
And that new fine schedule's been, pretty effective. I wrote a $6,700 ticket, a month ago with that 10 plus.
Okay, so while we're on the subject, Jared, you mentioned something earlier to me about reforming the subcommittee or whatever we call ourselves.
Focus group,
Yeah. What do you
Striped
call
bass.
it now?
striped bass focus group.
Focus group, I'm sorry. We would like input from enforcement when we do this, right?
Yep.
Because we seem to have a very good relationship these days with enforcement,
Absolutely, yeah.
BMF, and that's a credit to Dan and the staff. What it was years. Any other thoughts or questions for enforcement? Okay, we'll move on. All right, so Tom isn't on Department of Fish and Game, recent meetings and events and department-wide activities and projects.
Well. So, right, so, but I can speak.
For him or?
No,
No.
let's just bypass.
We're gonna bypass Tom.
Yeah.
All right, Vision Marine Fisheries.
Sure, so just for folks who see this agenda and maybe a little confused by that topic. It's basically, trying to capture the kinds of things that I might speak about today. There was sort of a critique under the public, or the open meeting law, there was a critique of some, agencies or entities' agendas that, if I'm gonna make some long drawn out comments, then it probably should be captured in the agendas for if people are going to anticipate that, or you would anticipate that. So this is something we've devised to kind of describe the kind of things that I would talk about in the comments. So, all right, so I want to talk about recent meetings. First, I had the opportunity to attend two very interesting meetings over the last 2 weeks. One was in New Bedford and it was called the Council Coordinating Committee, and it's all 8 fishery management councils across the United States that gather annually and talk about some common issues. And that meeting also includes like the commissions, like the ASMFC is present, and the Gulf States Commission is present, and the Pacific States Commission is present, but more importantly, NOAA Fisheries is present. And a second meeting I attended called the Northeast Region Coordinating Council, and that is an entity of the Northeast, so it's Mid-Atlantic Council, New England Council, along with the 2 federal entities, the Science Center and GARFO, Greater Atlantic Fisheries Regional Office, and then the commission. And that second one I was able to attend because I'm the vice chair of the ASMFC. So I really want to just kind of describe to you some of the things that I heard at this, because I think there's nothing more important among state agencies right now than trying to estimate the degree to which the federal government isn't going to be able to provide the same level of service that they have in the past. So there's been a lot of changes at NOAA, depending on the office, they've lost between 20 and 40% of their staff. And they've lost this through the deferred resignation program where people agreed to like leave the job, stay on the payroll until September. There was layoffs of so-called probationary employees, which isn't just people who were just hired in a new job, but it also includes people who were promoted into a new job. And so those folks were targeted. That was rough. And then, of course, there's early retirements, and there may be a future reduction in force depending on what the administration determines is the level of reduction in staff. But, you know, it's kind of ironic that the administration also wants things to be done, you know, differently and be more responsive to either their priorities or to the industry. And you need people to take calls, you need people to write memos, you need people to write analyses of what is being requested. So there's been deep cuts to protected species, to the habitat program. NOAA Fisheries is prioritizing the fishery independent surveys, which is good news for us. The so-called white ships, you know, the albatross, the bigelow. And of course, we use the Gloria Michelle in state waters. And we don't see any reductions in their output at this time. It's been kind of an all hands on deck where they've been trying to get other staff to sort of, you know, volunteer, put that in quotes, but get other people who might be, you know, in their offices, you know, and in the hallway, out on those ships for the 6 or 12-day legs for them to complete the very, very important fishery independent surveys. They're also doing their best to fulfill on time these annual specifications, meaning to open like the groundfish fishery on May 1st, they had to enact the specifications, and there were some real questions as to whether they'd be able to do that in time. They're going to prioritize that among their different priorities. There's 2 executive orders that Trump signed. One is called Unleashing Prosperity Through Deregulation. Another one is Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness. And the second one is especially interesting because the administration is looking for the public and the industries to sort of identify where there's too much regulation or too much administrative burden. And I think they're accepting comments and maybe even might have some scoping sessions, but you know, what might come of this is and Ray, I heard you talk about secretarial actions where the councils or even the commission could be bypassed and rules might be fast tracked. And 2 things that have come up that we're concerned about, and I know the councils would be concerned about is last year there was or maybe 2 years ago, there was an interest in opening the northern edge of Georges Bank to scalloping. And that was not endorsed by the New England Council because of concerns about female lobsters that might be caught as bycatch in those scallop areas. And also the Great Salt Channel habitat closures to mobile gear down in the east of Nantucket. Those are areas the council already closed, and there's concerns that there might be attempts by the industry to go right to the secretary and kind of bypass the councils. So it's a interesting time, and everybody's watching this very closely. On the upside, you know, NOAA is trying to become more efficient and trying to get their job done with less. And they might be interested in altering some rules that it would be beneficial to the agency, such as some mesh size changes that are in the works on fluke. Also, there's one issue that was brought up. Surf clam and ocean quahogs can sometimes be caught at the same time, and there is not an allowance for those 2 species to be caught simultaneously. They want to change that. And one very interesting one, and you folks may remember a character from Gloucester by the name of Suzanne Altenberger, and she's been on a kind of a crusade for a few decades to try to get the government to not be constraining vessel upgrade rules, because her vision and her late husband's vision was fleets can be more efficient, and a rule like that the NOAA has now, which is to constrain the upgrades of vessels by a certain percentage are antiquated. And I heard some positive things from Mike Pentney that they'd like to look at that and be more accommodating. So there are also a lot of interest in accommodating exempted fisheries permits to allow more access to closed fishing areas. But the loss of staff is gonna affect NOAA's ability to actually process the request. So it's a very difficult time within NOAA Fisheries. And Ray, you'd be interested in this one. We talked a little bit about altering fishing years because, you know, and I brought up the thought, or the problem that I see in Massachusetts is that when you and Nicola go to those Mid-Atlantic Council meetings in December and we come back in February or sooner than that with the specs, this commission has to do everything by emergency. And your proposal on a number of occasions is if they change the fishing year instead of being January through December to be maybe, you know, like November through October, you know, and maybe the last 2 months of the year could be considered like the start of that fishing year. That might actually help. It might help our rulemaking and all, because then we wouldn't have to do everything by emergency, and it would also spread out the workload, because I think that's one of the challenges that NOAA is identifying, that all this stuff coming in at the same time is putting more strain on the existing staff.
So if I can add lib. So the issue, the reason why I brought that up was about black sea bass, because we have to wait on wave 6 until the middle of February, Nicola?
Yeah, I mean, we're actually proceeding with the next year usually without even having wave 6.
Right. Because our winter meeting's the first week of February, and we don't get results of wave 6 until, and I brought this up during Dr. Pierce's administrative charges director.
Yeah.
So how do we go about getting that changed?
That is one reason that the Mid-Atlantic Council has moved to 2-year specifications for those species, so that we set the rules for 2 years, so at least in the interim year, we're not playing this emergency action
Yeah.
out.
I think we just continue the conversation with Chris Moore and Mike Petney. But anyway, my point is, this is a time that I think NOAA Fisheries is open to some slightly new ideas, because if it can help them get their work done in a more streamlined fashion, I think there's gonna be a lot of things that will be yeses as opposed to nos.
So you're talking about chatting with Chris Moore, who chairs the mid,
Well,
And-
executive director.
executive director.
Yeah.
Okay, and Mike Bettany is executive director of the New England?
No,
Oh,
Garfield,
he's Garfield.
Yeah.
So who's the, oh, it'd be Kate O'Keefe.
right, but Kate is the New England, I'm talking about these middle ones.
Okay, just a minute.
Anyway, yeah, I was just happy to see it came up.
Okay.
And then the last thing I spoke, and I gave a presentation on our seed sampling program to the other states. DMF has reallocated its interjurisdictional fisheries grant funds from conservation engineering to a kind of a fisheries monitoring program. And we've been working closely with the Science Center and also with the Gloucester fleet primarily up on the North Shore, to try to get the samples needed shoreside port sampling to get necessary sample sizes on fish sizes and ages. You can't assess a fish stock if you don't know how old they are and their sexes. So you know, we came up with a really creative method where we communicate, you know, we have access to VMS and we communicate with the captain when they go into an area that's like a stock area. There's a lot, one of the problems is the statistical areas, then there's stock areas, and they don't always line up. So, and if a trip is conducted in multiple stock areas, there's a desire or there's a preference not to sample that because it's kind of contaminated, because you think the cod stock, for example, and when we go to the 4, we're going to be 4 stocks, will, you know, potentially we need fish exclusively from like Eastern Maine in order to do a good stock assessment from that one stock. Anyway, it's a great collaborative program where we're working with the captains to secure those fish, put them aside, put them in a tote, put a seal on the tote, label it, and then when the boat comes in, we need the boat. So people are all high on our progress there. And then the last thing I just want to mention on petitions. Last month, we got a petition from the Pine Barrens Alliance, I believe. And it's about closing Duxbury, Kingston, and Plymouth to horseshoe crab harvest. And so I've had staff looking it over, reading it. What we want to do is we want to come back at your August meeting with an analysis of the petition, and then have a discussion with you all, and even what the petition is, or invite the petitioners in to the commission meeting, and maybe discuss these issues with us. And then I would take the lead from this commission as to whether or not you want to take that to public hearing. All right, early analysis of this is the rules that we enacted just last year for the first time, closing the harvest season during the spawning period, April 16th to the 20, till June 7th. That really eliminates, as many of you know, most of the hand harvest. And we think that almost all the harvest that had been placed in that three-town embayment was hand harvest. And so we need to study the historical landings. And if we've already kind of solved that problem, maybe we don't need to go to rulemaking, but we're open-minded about it, and our staff are gonna give all of you, and I think all of you who were here last month received a copy of this. So we'll analyze it, and we'll give you our perspective on it, and then we can decide together whether to take to hearing.
Leo,
I thought it was a done document. And I agree with the process that you want to follow through with. And I would urge folks, before they make any decision one way or the other, to read the document. I felt it was fairly complete. And spelled out the history and what this group is attempting to do. I'm not gonna say I'm for or against it. I don't want to get into that right now. But I feel that people really need to take a close look at it and see what it has to say.
thank you, Khalil.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts about what Dan has spoken to us about? Questions, comments? I'm gonna direct a question to Shelley. We're talking about sex, fish, otoliths, aging. Where are we at with comp?
Don't have any research going on comp right now.
So it's only SMAS doing the research?
I don't think SMS is.
That's not that, there's a hold on the gauge increase, right?
There is, we repealed the scheduled gauge increases to a time certain, while with an expectation that there would be an opportunity for a management strategy evaluation on our weld fishery. Unfortunately, the state rep that we were working with on that, the amendment that he filed didn't fund that work, and so at this point, we're just in a holding.
Okay. Leo,
A question for the DMF, is conch still considered overfished and depleted?
So we,
Bob,
the last stock assessment that we completed was several years ago. We haven't updated it since then. I'm sorry, the last stock assessment that we completed was, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. We haven't updated it since then. But just looking at the general trends in the biological data that comes out, looking at it, it's highly truncated size distribution, which is symptomatic of growth overfishing, which is basically, there's all the size distribution is stacked right up at minimum legal size, which is indicative that as soon as they're growing over that, they're being subject to harvest. That's pretty symptomatic. So our anticipation is, yeah, the stock is still not in the best condition.
just a note on that, I know a harvester, he was told by a buyer, the freezers are empty, so there's gonna be a demand for comp. So he said, great, can you pay me $3.50 a pound? He said, no, the buyer told him, no, but I can pay you $3. And when he gets the settlement checks, being paid $2.50, which is a break even for harvesters. They're breaking even at $2.50 a pound. They're not making money for themselves. Just give you a heads up on what's going on, Bob, out in the field.
So they're breaking even for all the work they're doing, so knowing that, rhetorical question, why do they even do it? Why do they fish if they're breaking even?
Because they're not on social security and they've got their business tied up, invested in traps and boats, looking for crew. That's their livelihood.
I was just asking. a
I,
question.
I think, there's probably times of year where they, do better than break even, but I'm guessing that the spring fishery and the early summer fishery catch rates are lower. But, you know, I think most of the, harvest has been taking place from September through November in the last few years, so there may be, things may be different in the fall, but to Ray's point, it's probably not as profitable as it once was.
My feeling is I hope they make the money. That's, you know, that's what. That's
Well,
we're in the business to make
that's the
money.
idea of having a commission in councils that
Yeah.
recreational fishermen are happy and commercial fishermen are given a chance to make a livelihood.
It would be great if that fishery could come back.
Ray, one last thing I
Yeah,
wanna mention, in terms, no, it was an announcement, is June 14th, Saturday the 14th, we're hosting something called Marine Quest, and it is kind of a celebration, a carnival of sorts, at our Cat Cove facility. It's something that our facility head, Gary Nelson, had used to do in the state of Florida. They have like a 1 day a year with the public, and but I guess the target audience for this might be families, but especially maybe middle schoolers, to learn about marine biology and what we do. So, anybody would like to join us on Saturday the 14th, you're welcome to come up, and there'll be a lot of us there. So
What month?
June 14th, so it's 2 weeks
four-
from
The 14th of June is a Monday.
60.
So is DMF gonna fund
Check the
a
calendar.
barbecue?
For that, 14th is the Saturday.
You know, that's a good question.
Saturday the 14th.
Oh, I got the wrong.
We had challenges with like, local boards of health, like the food options are limited. We even tried to get a food truck there. So. Kevin, you want us, where are you? Is Kevin in the room?
Yes.
Kevin, what can we tell him about food? Yeah.
No.
Raise them.
Go down to the Willows. Yeah.
Yeah, we could walk over to the Willows and get some nice,
Top suey
Shop.
steak.
sandwich.
I'm sorry again, I had the wrong.
Yeah, so anyway, you're welcome to join us, it'll be fun, I think there's, we're kind of taking a page out of Shelley's book with the
commission
Fleet
members that
Fleet.
show up.
What's that?
We're catering this, and there'll be sandwiches for any commission
All right,
members that show
yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah. Are we having, green crab races?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, green crab race.
We are having green.
Green crab racing.
Well, right, so, and I think we're doing fish prints as well, so,
What?
yeah,
Wow.
you know, you emulate great.
You better come to ours too then,
Yeah.
When is yours?
August 7th.
Thursday,
So,
August 7th,
Oh, we'll be at ASMC.
right, but you can fly from DC right to the vineyard.
Or fly right into Hyannis.
Well, no, there's a flight for the vineyard.
Yeah, but I already booked. Well, there's one direct flight down and back. The others go through Charlotte, Chicago, Miami.
All right,
Sorry, Sheldon.
okay, right.
So what time is this event on Saturday? The
10 a.m.?
14th,
10 to
10
4?
a.m.
Yeah,
to
oh, MLA will be there.
David Cassoni will be there.
Yeah.
10 to 4.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm supplying lots.
No.
So any
Since you're supplying lots.
South Door who wanna go, sure Kevin will find us.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Hotel.
If you go to this event, we definitely like pay your mileage. So please consider joining us.
Thank you.
All right, Ray, action items.
All right, timeout. So DMF buys coffee. And I believe Shelley brought some cookies, so please, staff, somebody brought the cookies.
EMF.
Please get the coffee.
Soda water.
The action item.
Coffee.
Bathroom break was, actually, Jared, we're running ahead. That's not scheduled till 10. So a biological break for anybody? What is it? 9:49. Moving on to action items. Approval of regulations implementing addendum 32 to lobster fishery management plan. Dan?
Okay, Ray, so this should be quick. This is a May 27th memo that we sent to you with comments. This is a long and convoluted process. I'm trying to gauge the commission's interest in how far back I should go, how much detail. You want me to talk about it in some detail in terms of the level of?
If it's, yeah, if you feel it's
Please.
important enough.
Okay.
Yes.
So, as the memo mentions, addendum 27, which was begun in 2017, and was delayed a bit because of all the chaos of new right whale regs that might have been inflicted on the industry, was put off for a while. But then when the Consolidated Appropriations Act passed and the lobster and Jonah crab fisheries got basically an exemption, or the federal legislation stated that those two fisheries are in compliance with ESA and the MMPA. It meant that the pressure was off, and the board took up addendum 27 again. And during that 5-year period, the landings appeared to have declined substantially in the overall Gulf of Maine area. And it was the desire on the part of the board, and especially the Maine delegation, that when the stock declines to a certain level to be determined, the board would enact some kind of automatic measures. And so the vote that was taken as part of addendum 27 was, what was the index to create, to measure the status of the stock? And then what was the level of decline that we would take an action? And so the index was established. It was an amalgamation of the trawl survey and the ventless work, the cooperative research that we do with the lobster fleet. And it was adopted in, I believe, in May of 2023. And right after it was passed, the data came in from the technical committee that the stock had actually, the decline had exceeded the threshold, and it was deemed that it was time to put in these conservation measures. Now, that was the conservation measures that were contingent on the index. There were two other measures that were embedded in this addendum. One is trap tags. The 3 states of Maine, New Hampshire, and Mass came to an agreement to no longer issue 10% extra trap tags. Especially in area 1, there was a lot of complaints that, guys were fishing 880 traps because they could, because we automatically issue 10% extra trap tags. And then the second one was a V-notch, a new V-notch definition for the Outer Cape, which put the federal permit holders on the same conservation standard as the state permit holders. And a slight decrease in the maximum size, but that particular one is down the road. So the biggest buzz, of course, was on the gauge increase, especially in area 1, and the effect that it was going to have on international trade between Canada and the United States. So we didn't actually enact the final rules until, this commission approved the rules last fall in anticipation of a July 1st start. So we got out ahead of, we met the rulemaking deadlines on time. Maine kind of dragged their feet a little bit. And by the time they went to public hearing in early January, it was very controversial. There was a lot of upset with folks, and the main DMR staff were taking a beating. And so Commissioner Kelleher, who's since retired, decides to pull the reg. So he hadn't completed his rulemaking yet. He pulled the reg. He got endorsement from his governor to do that. And then New Hampshire announced the same thing, although it was a little bit ironic that, and like us, New Hampshire already had their rules on the books. So ASMFC decided to, at the February board meeting, to initiate a new addendum to sort of codify the fact that two of the three states were pulling out of the gauge increases and the vent increases. And so that happened at the February meeting. And we did a fast tracked addendum, which was passed at ASMFC, which was passed in May. So in order to meet the schedule, and I had pledged that we wouldn't, and Stuckey, you asked, what will happen if Maine reneges on us? And you asked us twice. And I said, yeah, we have emergency authority to take actions to make sure that our fishermen are not treated differently than other fishermen from different jurisdictions or with different permits within the same element. So I pledged to do that. And so after the February meeting, when the addendum was proposed, and it was just to repeal the gauge and size increase, I'm sorry, the gauge increases and the vent sizes. There was a motion made by our delegation to repeal all of 27, and that motion wasn't seconded, so we made no headway at ASMFC on that one. So at the May meeting, it was formally approved to approve addendum 32, which is a repeal of addendum 27's gauge size changes and the vent size changes. So out of the May meeting, we come home, Jared works with the administration, and we enact an emergency regulation that basically changes those gauge size and vent size rules that we had codified back in December. And we went to public hearing on that. And the way this emergency works is we convince the administration that this rule is worthy of an emergency action where we dispense with public hearings in advance. And then that rule is in place for 90 days. So the rule that we enacted in early May will expire around
August 5th.
yeah, around the middle of August or early August. So that's where we're at. So the emergency authority that I have is with the approval of everybody above me, from the commissioner to the secretary to the governor. All of them have to approve that, and they did. And so in order to make this rule a permanent rule, we had a public hearing 2 weeks ago.
May 19th.
And so today, your job is to approve this as a final rule or reject this as a final rule. But if you reject this as a final rule, then the gauge increases in August will go up for area 1. And the vent size increases that are scheduled to be done later in the 5-year schedule, those will remain on the books.
And the Outer Cape 6 3/4.
And the Outer Cape 6 3/4 size change, but that's not scheduled for like 4 years out. Like,
The state waters won't, they,
right.
state
that's
waters
right.
only has no.
That's right, that's right. So in the original addendum, the state waters was going to get a 6 3/4 inch maximum size of. There is none now, although there is one for the federal permit holders. So that goes back into effect. Oh, that will go into effect, but not until this emergency expires. So that, there's a lot of backstory on lobster management. Why don't I take some questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, start with Khalil.
Thank you, Mr. A couple of questions. When you talk about administration, you're talking about the governor.
Governor Healy, Secretary Tepper, Tom O'Shea, all of them sign off on all regulations. But
You're talking about
including-
emergency regulation?
and emergencies as well, right?
Are you allowed to do consecutive emergency regulations?
There has been an instance in my career where an emergency regulation was enacted a second time, like when the first
So
one
is that-
about
so
to
is- so
expire,
is-
but that was about 30 years ago, and in your tenure, I don't think we've ever done it.
I can't think of it.
But it would be up to the discretion of all those folks. I mean, we'd also have to convince people what the emergency is. I mean, the emergency argument that we made was, hey, this was unexpected, after, Maine and New Hampshire pulled out. And this rule is gonna go into effect on July 1st. So we need an emergency because if you remember at the MLA annual weekend, Commissioner Tom O'Shea was there and he stated on the record that the administration was interested in having, not having disparate rules for fishermen fishing alongside of one another within a lobster management area. They wanted it to be, fair. So, I don't know if, it's up to the people above me whether we could accomplish a second emergency, like whatever
I was just,
people say, yeah. No rule against it, but it's easier said than done.
Questions? So going back to your deliberation, what you just said. Come August, if this is not voted up today, the gauge increase,
All the red things that are struck out on here go back into effect.
now,
So what,
No.
what this is the emergency.
yeah, but
rule.
my question, Jared.
Yes.
So all these red that have been struck, if this motion doesn't pass.
They become
once you get a
unstruck.
motion on the table, they become effective in August.
Correct,
Is that throughout the range?
No,
New Hampshire,
just in Massachusetts.
just Massachusetts,
just because it would be the expiration of our state emergency regulations.
just Massachusetts,
Yes.
again,
So we'd be more restrict, if it doesn't
Right.
pass, we'd be more restrictive
right?
than the addendum. We'd be in line with addendum 27 across the board.
And it's, there are many instances in ASMFC interstate management where a state has a more restrictive rule than their than their other state neighbors. For example,
Benita Alcohol, we're the only state.
no, I'm talking about an interstate plan. So-
Okay, yeah,
In the lobster fishery, Maine doesn't allow any dragging for lobster, any landing of lobsters by dragger in the port, even though the plan says the interstate plans and the federal rules say you're allowed 100 per day and 500 for a trip. On the V-notch measure, New Hampshire, even though they have area 3 boats and area 1 boats, they have a zero tolerance standard, or the most strict V-notch measure for land and in commerce. So you're not, I mean, you're supposed to uphold the plan, but you can have regulations that are more restrictive. But I don't want there to be rules unnecessarily more restrictive than the others, especially in an area like Cape Ann where there's Maine and New Hampshire boats fishing alongside Mass boats on Jeffries. We don't want that. And that was one of the biggest reasons that this thing failed, the gauge increases failed, is there was a lot of noise about the gray zone, which is shared by, it's a territorial dispute out in the middle of the Gulf of Maine between the US and Canada. And a lot of the Mainers were concerned about the differential size limits. To address that, if you remember, last June, I traveled to St. John, New Brunswick, and we had a meeting with the lobster fishing area reps in Canada and Canadian DFO to convince them of the wisdom of going up on the minimum size. And I thought we made some headway, probably not as much as I had hoped. And then with the tariffs and what's gone on between the US and Canada since the election, there's no interest in doing much cooperative management.
so if I understand,
Leo,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what I'm hearing is if this passes, will be in line with New Hampshire, Maine, and ASMFC has recommended this.
Yes, this is addendum 32, which was passed by the by the board, earlier this month. And so this repeal is consistent. But it's not unheard of if a state wants to have more restrictive rules than the plan, like I just mentioned. I'm not recommending that. I would like to make the rules the same, especially for area one.
So what would be the downside to this for the lobster?
Well, in early August, we would have a minimum size increase of a 1/16 of an inch. And then 90 days later, we would, or maybe sooner, the dealers would be restricted from possessing any of those lobsters that might be coming in from other states, so you would have a differential size limit. I think it would create a lot of problems in interstate commerce. The dealers in the other states would have to parse out the non-conforming lobsters.
And I'm not sure to what extent the gauges at 3 5/16 would be available, given this got pulled in February and. I'm not sure how many gauges were manufactured.
Well, you'd need a whole lot less than what we
That's true,
anticipated
because Maine would.
if everybody was going up.
Jared, you bring up a good point, because I specifically addressed Maine across the table and said to Pat, are you gonna be able to get the gauges in time to the original increase before we got a
Although
delay?
MEP might have a bunch to hand out, because I think that Chris ordered a couple.
And of course, Pat came back just before we were supposed to enact 10.7 and said, oh, we can't get the gauges in time. I mean, it was just constantly taking us down the wrong path. Maine was feeding us bad information coming. So. Bill?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dan, I think I heard you say that you don't want to see more restrictive rules placed on the lobster industry if not necessary.
No, I want fairness.
Fairness.
Right, so I want New Hampshire, Mass, and Maine area one fishermen to all have the same rules.
Yeah, that's where this is coming from. Well, I want to ask, why do we need to put all that's in red back into effect if this issue does not pass? Why?
Because the rules were codified in December, so that they're in the regs there with an effective date of July 1st. Since then, we passed another emergency reg to pull back the gauge increases and the vent increases. So if you go into the CMR right now, the
Yep.
Code of Massachusetts regulations, you won't see the gauge increases and the vent increases.
Right, the emergency regs.
The emergency regs are in effect now because we wanted them to be in effect by July 1st. And this gives us 90 days for the public hearing and for you all to bless this approach and say, yes, I agree that these emergency regulations should become permanent regulations. Now, I mean, the elephant in the room is the Outer Cape V-notch issue. But the Outer Cape V-notch issue isn't on this proposal. It wasn't approved by the ASMFC when our delegation asked for sort of relief. In my view, it is fair to have the federal permit holders and the state-owned permit holders to have common rules. And it's simply not, it's not in play in this emergency rule. That it wasn't part of the emergency rule to peel that back, so you're not voting on whether or not the Outer Cape state-only V-notch rule needs to change, because it didn't go into the emergency regulation.
What I would be voting on is a management plan that identifies a fishery that's been in effect under the management strategy that was put together by a group of fishermen, scientists, and managers 20-something years ago, and has worked. And I don't want to see any of the other Massachusetts regions be negatively impacted because of a vote that would force them into a corner where they'd have to make substantial reductions in what they're able to catch. So I don't understand to the level of detail that you've described. I got to admit, kind of lost me a little bit, but I do know what I believe is right. for the fishermen that are regional, and then a management plan that is working, and I don't think that it needs to be taken apart.
That's fair, but today. What's before you is a basically a permanent reinstating of the old gauge increases for area one. A reinstating of the event sizes that are no longer gonna have a schedule going forward. And a reinstatement of the 6 3/4 inch maximum size.
Allowance for oversized for state only
Allowance for the
allocation.
state only permit homes. By, you know, it's unfortunate for those who wanna see a different outcome, that we're not re-managing all of this. But, you know, lobster management it's complicated, and, you know, this stuff goes back 25, 27 years with lawsuits. There's lawsuits being threatened, but the lawsuit that would be threatened isn't necessarily on this action. The lawsuit that would be threatened is on the rule that's been on the books for 6 months and is going to have an effective date of July 1.
Questions? To Dan on his presentation.
Yeah,
Suki,
yeah. I kind of go along the same route as Bill does. This started amendment 27 back in let's say 2017. And Maine came up with a scheme that the resource had to maintain the biggest catches they ever had, because they use the qualifying years of those years. So this goes back on Maine. I've said this, every meeting we've had about this, it's always about Maine screwing over by everybody else, basically what it comes down to. So now this set, and that plan, I was against the plan, but if that plan went through, it would have affected 7,500 or more lobstermen in the whole range of the lobsters. We've whittled this down now, that it's gonna be 44 guys on the outer Cape. They're gonna bear the brunt of all the lobster resource being saved, because there's nothing else in the plan to change the lobster. If the science community is saying that the resource is in trouble and something needs to be done, now it's gonna be 44 guys that are only gonna do something to do it, and it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's obscene is what it basically is.
There is
To separate this VNOS thing out, to be the only thing that's gonna be implemented in a 8-year plan with thousands of hours of people putting stuff into a Zoom meetings, public hearings all over the coast, to come down to 44 guys are gonna feel the pain of whatever needs to be done for the resources. Obscene, it's obscene.
You don't
And I-
disagree.
And I say, everybody else has said, non-compliance is a paper tiger. They haven't done anybody to anything. They should have done something to Maine and New Hampshire about it if they were that intent on the science community. The science community didn't step forward and do their job. If they're so adamant about, we need to have some, save the resource, they should have been more adamant about it, but became political, like it always does. Maine gets what they want and screw everybody else. Pardon my English. I just have serious feelings about what's going on here. And Massachusetts is out in front again, gonna save the resource. Just like the Benito and the False Albacore and everything else, we're always ahead of the game. Trying
I
to
appreciate-
save
I
something.
appreciate that. So, but the dilemma that I have is I've got an emergency rule that will expire in early August and raise your minimum size.
Yeah,
You have a chance to vote.
I think if we do that, if we don't do that, the seafood deal is gonna flip out. We need more people involved in this repeal of this whole thing. The seafood dealers don't know that if this goes through, that they're not gonna be able to, they're gonna not be taking crate rental lobsters out of Maine and New Hampshire anymore, and run them through their plants, because they're gonna have to separate the bigger lobsters out. The smaller lobsters, I mean. There's not a gauge, if there's
But
a
if
gauge
you, if
increase.
you approve this final action, final emergency action, then that won't happen.
I understand that. I'm just, that's the
You're
dilemma,
frustrated.
that is the dilemma, Dan. If we don't do something, 44 guys are gonna carry the brunt of the whole lobster resource being saved.
There's a stock assessment coming in October, and so we will be given this stock assessment. I can't say if the new determination is whether there's overfishing occurring or if the stock is overfished, that's to come. And when that happens, we're gonna have to deal with it probably in early 2026.
Yeah. Okay, going forward in the lobster plan, say the resource is down, something's gotta be done. Now we're talking 25 is out the window, we're not gonna do anything to save the lobster
Well,
resource.
we won't have the information until,
Yeah, so it comes out in 26.
no, it come out 25. We're gonna
Yeah,
get.
but then you're gonna move forward with saving the resource.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to have public hearings, meetings and everything else all through 26. It won't even come into effect till 27 at the earliest. That's 2 years down the road. And then in the meantime, 44 guys have gonna save the resource in the outer Cape.
Well,
This-
there's.
I wasn't around when all the areas were divided up. I got feelings about, area 1, area 2, area 3, what should have been done, what should have been done, but I wasn't around, it wasn't part of I wasn't involved in those days. And maybe things should have been different, but that's the system was set up. These guys came up with conservation equivalency, and now you're throwing it out the window. And you're making yourself liable for lawsuits is what's happening here today.
All right, for the record, there are 59 permit holders in the Outer Cape that have at least one trap. There are 24 boats that have a federal permit. And they hold half of the allocation of traps that are in the Outer Cape. So half the traps in the Outer Cape get to keep 1/4-inch beam notches, and half the traps in the Outer Cape have to throw them. So,
I understand all that, Dan. I know the dilemma, but that's the way the system was set up.
I know, and
I didn't do it.
I can't solve that today, but I don't want come the second week of August, there to be a bigger problem with 700 area 1 lobstermen in Massachusetts having a gauge increase.
Well, then rescind it,
We said what?
the gauge increase. Maine kicked it out. New Hampshire joined Maine.
Yes, that's what I want to do. That's what this vote will do. This vote will rescind the gauge increases.
No, not at the expense of the Outer Cape fishing fleet of lobstermen.
All right, well,
Thank you. Any other comments before we ask for a motion?
Yeah.
Then it's a comment, not
Not a question?
a question to Dan on his presentation.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How many commercial lobstermen are in Massachusetts? Total?
900.
That's active, right, Story?
No, less are active, I would say 650.
Well, how many active?
650, 600, 650.
600.
Thank you, Story. All right, if we're done questioning Dan on his presentation, I'm looking for a motion, then with the motion on the board, we'll open it up to discussion.
That's the proposed motion. It's long, but those are all the details.
Well, I still need the motion. I need somebody to make the motion.
I
need a
move the
second.
motion as has been presented, and is there one on the, as presented on the board?
Somebody's gonna second that.
I'll second it.
Shelley seconds that. Now the motion is open for discussion. Soupy or Bill?
I think all everything's needed to be said has been said.
Just a redundant statement of the same principles. I admire the industry, all of it, management, science, and the fishermen who came together and worked from the bottom up to put a plan together that has worked since around 2000. Brian Gibbons, Steve Smith, Chris Adams, a number of other Outer Cape and Provincetown fishermen worked together diligently to show the need for a fishery that could be addressed through what we did with the Outer Cape management. And it has worked, and I do not believe that I would accept the changes that will be made in this motion. So I will be voting against it.
Bill, one you to be cognizant of what this motion is doing is repealing the gauge increase in area one. The outer Cape V-notch.
I think that's very sad that that's gonna happen.
Well, no, I understand your emotional disappointment, but that there should be more done for that group of 35 permit holders. But
You know,
I
do you
do,
mind if I interrupt, Dan?
well, I
We
just
keep
want,
talking about a small number versus a large number. These are human beings who worked hard and have had a successful run at managing and bringing in a harvest over a quarter of a century. I don't care that there's 24, 25, or 27, or 49. That's the fact that they've done this according to the rules that were created. And it's worked. It'd be one thing if the industry and the resource was in trouble out there. It's not. These fishermen are the ones who are gonna be in trouble. I'm done.
yeah, no, I appreciate that. The motion that's on the board, if you reject it, doesn't bring them the relief that you're looking for.
I don't understand that. If the management plan that has been working for them is still in effect,
It's not, Bill. So in April 2024, the commission approved DMF to implement the management framework established by addendum 27. That was these rules here. It was modified in November 2024 to move the implementation date back from January 1, 2025 to July 1, 2025. So as of December 2024, this is the baseline framework for lobster management in Massachusetts on the Gulf of Maine stock. That is a July 1 increase in the minimum size for area 1 to 3 5/16, a July 1 adoption of 6 3/4 inch maximum size for the Outer Cape State only, a July 1 implementation of a 1/8 inch V-notch standard for the Outer Cape State waters only, and seafood dealers to have a 3 1/4 inch to 6 3/4 inch size range and a 1/8 inch statewide V-notch standard. Then following in 2027, 28, 29, those scheduled changes to go into effect as well.
I recall.
So when addendum 32 was adopted, it did not, we did not, the Mass delegation did not get a second on our motion at the lobster board to repeal the V-notch standardization aspect of addendum 27. So when we went to rulemaking to move forward emergency regulations, we struck everything that was implemented under addendum 27, except the trap tag standardization rules for LMA 1 and LMA 3, and the V-notch standardization rules for Outer Cape. So when these emergency regulations expire, we don't go back to what existed in November 2024. We go back to what existed the last time these rules were filed in December 2024, which implemented addendum 27. So with that, so it would be July 1, 2025, LMA, or not July 1, but once the emergency regs expire in early August 2025, it would be increase in size for area 1, new maximum size for Outer Cape, V-notch standard for Outer Cape, and 90 days later, those rules would go into effect for seafood dealers, and the various trap, the escape vent and size limit changes scheduled would go into effect on their scheduled date in the future. So the baseline rules that we're going back to when these emergency regs expire aren't what was in place in 2024, was what was filed in 2025 that the commission previously approved.
I'll just say, at that meeting, I was the only one who voted against it, and I predicted what would take its place, is taking place here today. That Maine would screw it up, and Massachusetts would be stuck somehow doing something, and here we are. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Suki. Other comments or questions on this motion? I would like to add some light to it, you know, Cape guys, the 40 or 29 that are actually actively fishing today. Back in 2000, I believe, they went with a carapace increase in size, so they've taken a larger lobster for 20, 40 years anyways, than area one. And when it comes to the ASMFC meeting, and Jen Armini spoke and I spoke on behalf of the Massachusetts delegation, people at this table, if you weren't listening to, you know, it's publicized, it's on Zoom. Like Delaware wouldn't second my motion, and I ran into the director, you know, on the sidebar. That's because they wanted an increase in their commercial striping. So it gets very political at the commission table. So Jen spoke, she presented, I presented, and we didn't get a second. I want the public to know that. It gets very political at that table. And of course, we're sitting right across the table from Maine. And as Suki has said, and I've heard other delegates from Mass Lobstermen's Association, what are we gonna do? Let Maine run the industry? And that's what they're doing right now. What Maine wants, they get.
Hey, I represent a lot of fishermen, and believe me, I'm gonna hear a lot about my speech here today. But going forward, I just can't think I don't think this is fair. This whole plan was about conservation. Now we're leaving the conservation hanging off of these 44, 29, whatever guys it is on Cape Cod to bear the brunt of this. And whatever's wrong with the lobster resource, if there is something major going wrong, it's 3 years away from being fixed by the whole industry taking a hit of some type, which I was against, but if it happened to everybody, that's the way it is. But it just happened to a little bunch of guys. I gotta say something. It's not right. It's just not right. This is not gonna, these 44 guys are not gonna change the future of the lobster industry.
Thank you, Suki. Any other questions or comments on the motion?
I have a question. If we approve this today, then what happens in Maine and New Hampshire? What are the next steps there?
Well, good question. Maine never adopted the regs, so they just stopped their process to do their rulemaking. New Hampshire,
They've already rescinded
they've
that.
already rescinded their rules. And so approving this today would put us on par with those two other states in area one. And they don't have any rules on their books pertaining to Outer Cape Cod because only Massachusetts has Outer Cape Cod fishing, whereas area one fishermen fish in all three states and they share waters and these.
Leo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there any way of amending a portion of this vote to make it work for, and now I'm talking out of not knowing what I'm talking about, but is there any way of amending a portion of this there's one thing that's creating the anxiety here. I'm hearing it's the Outer Cape Outer Cape lobstermen are gonna suffer from this. Is there any way of amending this part of this vote to accommodate their needs, but still get the essence of what we're intended to do?
I don't think so. I mean, Outer Cape fishermen aren't gonna suffer from this action. The Outer Cape fishermen, the suffering that you're describing was enacted in December in a separate rule. It's on the books. So this rule is only going to repeal that, which, like, I don't think we can go in an emergency regulation and then come back with a final regulation that is.
We could, based on public comment, but it would force an issue of non-compliance. Because we'd then be out of line with addendum 27.
Yeah. So my intention is not to go out of compliance with the ASMC plan, but, that wasn't advertised as that wasn't advertised as part of the public hearing. So.
I got a technical thing. what if we were to have an emergency action on August first to extend the Outer Cape thing for another 90 days? If we pass this today, it's gonna run out, well, we don't pass, it's gonna run out on August 5th because the 90-day emergency action is up. What if we were to have another 90-day emergency action to extend the VNOT's exemption out in the Outer Cape so we can settle this somehow?
That would require, well, the emergency actions are, I have to sell it to the governor. And then you guys get to vote on the final.
But, so I think, so let me see if I understand your question. You're asking that we adopt an emergent, if this passes today, we adopt an emergency rule to rescind the VNOT standardization adopted back in November, filed in December. Raising the state only to 1/8, go back to 1/4 for a period of 90 days.
Yes.
I mean, that would be, again, I mean, that would be a non-compliance issue with the ASMFC.
But
And then we'd be sitting at the table, you're doing the same thing 90 days after that.
But also, if I'm not mistaken, sitting at the table at ASMC, Maine is supposed to come back and report to the lobster board every quarter about what they're doing about management actions. And now that Pat has retired, they've got a new scientist who's at their DMR for 25 years. And would an emergency action give these 29 harvesters relief, Dan, until the summer meeting, when once again, we can put him at the podium and say, what are you doing about management actions for conservation's sake?
well, I would forecast that the board as a whole will probably onto that and say, well, we have a stock assessment coming up in October, and we're going to know then what management actions are gonna be required in the Gulf of Maine. And so I'd be very surprised if the board took an interest in new, or even like asking Maine to do something. Maine's just gonna say, well, why don't we just wait till August to see, I mean, October to see what the status of the stock is.
So is there some way the state, we could do emergency action rules through the new assessment in October? To keep these 29 harvesters viable? That's my.
Well, I mean, talk about viability. We've sent observers on these trips. And we estimate the impact on landings is 2 to 4%. And they have repeatedly put into the written testimony that it's 25. Part of the problem of claiming that it's 25 among some of the other states is it really raises a lot of eyebrows, that if 25% of the landings is lobsters that people in another part of the range have thrown back, it's not a good look, and it doesn't really engender a lot of support. But our claim, and we spend a lot of time sea sampling this catch, we're confident about those numbers.
My point about this whole thing, Dan, is share the pain. If the stock assessment comes out and says something needs to be done, something needs to be done. And the Outer Cape guys are gonna have pain just like the other 7,000 guys. I'm not saying rescind it so it never comes into effect again, but until everybody else is gonna share in the pain, if there's gonna be pain, and if the stock assessment says there's gonna be no pain, then why should the guys in the Outer Cape have the pain? That's all I want.
All right, well, my response to that, and I've said it on the record, is that about 15 years ago, there was a federal rule enacted putting an 1/8 inch on the Area 3 fleet and the Outer Cape fleet that held federal permits. And that's half of the Outer Cape fishermen have that rule now. And so we haven't, we don't have the 24 federally permitted guys standing up and, saying, well, leave those guys harmless because we're okay if we have a different VNOT standard.
Yeah, but
As a result of the VNOT, of that rule, then in commerce, you know, in a dealer in Gloucester, dealers, the dealer standard for possessing a V-notch lobster is a quarter inch. So you are prohibited from bringing in a zero tolerance V-notch. But if you're, a guy next to you sells a quarter inch deep V, dealer can take that, because he's not required to follow the more restrictive rule, because we have to make the rule the least restrictive, because lobsters in commerce can't be well tracked to their origin. And so I say this is a conservation measure that is Massachusetts wide, because it enhances the enforceability of the V-notch standard. I wanted an 1/8 inch in area 1 as well, but I didn't get the support of MLA or of the other states. I thought that would be fair.
I probably represent, I've never heard of an out of Cape federal permit, a guy called me up and say, screw the guys inside.
No, that's the lobstermen don't do.
They don't?
Do they?
You think I am not hearing from people that want,
Well,
I've been
people,
hearing people that want, nobody don't want, these guys taking V-notches from the day I've been involved in all this stuff. What I mean,
your area 1.
yeah, I'm not saying put all the pain on those guys. Share the pain, everybody shares the pain, or nobody gets any pain. These guys work conservation, we're back to conservation equivalency. Who gave them the 1/8 inch then? I mean, who gave them the quarter, who let them stay in the quarter inch? Was it the commission? Who did it? The division? Somebody did it. I didn't do it. Somebody let these guys keep the bigger V-notch lobsters.
I believe Bill spoke about that earlier. It was done, their conservation equivalency plan back in 2000 was done
But
with
somebody
scientists.
did it, this
managers.
commission did it, the division, somebody did it.
All right, so
Thank you.
let me speak to that. Back when the conservation equivalency was being presented, it had to be conservation equivalent to a overfishing definition called F10. You remember the F10? Fishing mortality rate that would result in egg production equivalent to 10% of a virgin stock. Pretty obscure. But there was a memo that said that if, you know, that yes, area 1 can have 100% V-notching of all eggers and zero tolerance standard and a 5-inch maximum. And that was going to be, that's how they met their standard. And the Outer Cape did 4 little gauge increases up to 3 3/8. And they also accepted a quarter inch deep V-notch as well, like no maximum gauge. But the most significant thing they did was cap traps and reduce traps over time. And so what happened after that is the lobster groups were put on notice, including area 1. We wanted to see substantial evidence that the mandatory V-notching is going on. The so-called Jim Fair, if necessary, remember that. And after a few years of that, the stock just rose in the Gulf of Maine. Did it double in size? Or, you know, it grew dramatically that we basically no longer needed to continue on those if necessary, because part of the Outer Cape was to do 4 more gauge increases after that, but it wasn't considered necessary at the time. So that was then, and then instead of having the F10 biological reference point definition for overfishing, we went to a more sort of benign system where we looked at removals as a proportion of the standing stock and the level of the standing stock. And so that's been in play for 15 years. And Outer Cape was vehemently opposed to V-notching as a core conservation story, but it was embraced by the rest of the Gulf of Maine, or the Israel Gulf. And this, you know, since that 100% V notching, you know, like it or not, the stock in the Gulf of Maine grew. And so it was only in these recent years that we're starting to see a downturn. And these, you know, reproductively mature lobsters are highly migratory. And going from Maine to Georges Bank and the Outer Cape is all part of that. So, you know, I would like to see more uniform measures. I mean, we stated on the record that we don't want to see fishermen within a lobster management area have different rules. I think that's reasonable. But I appreciate the pain, and the pain's gonna continue because there's probably gonna be, you know, a lawsuit on this, but, you know, I think we're on safe ground. But today, I'm trying to figure out how to avoid the gauge increases that will happen if you don't pass this. And I'm also interested in not going out of compliance at ASMFC. I believe in the ASMFC. It's who I am. So you got sitting here at the director's chair, someone who respects the ASMFC process. So the division, the industry needs this to be approved today. I don't know what we do if you reject this, because we have to sit down with the governor's office and explain, no, this gauge is going on.
Any other comments or questions on the motion?
It's too bad that politics has to creep into it, because that's just what you explained. And it should be based on science, management, and the future of the fishing industry.
I don't subscribe to Ray's views that this is as political as he says it is. I don't believe Delaware didn't second the vote because of a desire to strike bass quota. This is a tough one. I mean, you listen to people at the table, and the notion that a lobster's been put back in the water by somebody else is free to take is tough. I mean, I know that's the way the system is designed, but there's a lot of people who have a discomfort level with that around the coast, and especially with the more restrictive views that New Hampshire and Maine have on this core conservation measure of V notching. It's a reproductive lobster, female lobster, probably in the range of 7 to 30 years old. And we would still have a less restrictive rule at an 1/8 inch in the Outer Cape. This is not what this is about today, but we can debate, you know, the V notching. V notching is like religion. You know, there's people who swear by it and the people who hate it. But I think the evidence for stock growth over the last 2.5 decades has to be attributed in part to V notching. And again, when the fishermen claim 25% loss, I don't believe those numbers, but when those numbers get thrown out into the public debate, it results in very little support for that.
Oh, we're good. Jared, do we need a roll call on this or just a?
No, but we do need a vote. However you want to do that, show of hands, roll call. That's your choice.
I'm asking. Sometimes.
It's your discretion. Roll call is necessary only for virtual meetings,
Oh,
just
Alright.
in person, so you can do a show of hands.
all right, all those in favor of this motion, raise your hand. 1, 2. Those opposed? 1, 2. Abstentions? Suki abstends, so
That's a tie.
I'm gonna have to go with voting this down. I'm sorry, Dan, but I can't see taking from 29 harvesters. There's gotta be something we can do to save their livelihood, even, and I believe in the ASMFC. There's gotta be something we could do to save their season. until Tracy and the technical committee comes back with the stock assessment in October. And as Suki has said, everybody shares the pain, not 29 harvest.
So 2 to 3 to 1.
2 to 3 to 1, yeah. 2, in favor, Shelley and Khalil. 3 against, Ray, Tim, and Bill, and Suki abstaining.
Any thoughts, Dan, on this? Any thoughts?
Well, I think we've got some problems now. We're probably facing a lawsuit before the end of the month. And now we're facing non-compliance with the SMC.
I mean, now, the addendum 27 rules go into effect.
Yeah.
So we won't be facing non-compliance, we'll be exceeding the requirements throughout the range.
Right.
So I'm sure that'll prompt other issues, but
Was there also a recreational measure? As
Yes.
part of that?
yes.
Okay, so we have to raise the recreational minimum size as well. Yeah, this has created a lot of chaos. So. So we have to notify them, the recreational, hey, we need to find gauges.
Can I ask a question? That,
Please.
and it's confusing to keep track of it all, but my understanding is what we voted on today was to bring up what we had voted on in the past, that was addendum 27, to bring it into compliance now into addendum 32. And a lot of what we approved in 27 for the Outer Cape, that wasn't, we had already approved that.
Right.
So there was nothing we could do to change that today.
Right.
But now we've created out of compliance with ASMFC and not able to change anything to help the Cape, because that wasn't what we could do today anyway.
Well, we're not out of compliance with ASMFC,
Okay,
but the Outer Cape come the expiration of these emergency rules will still have a 1/8 inch V0 standard. They'll also have a 6 3/4 inch maximum size, and the minimum size for area 1 will go up to 3 5/16. The only option to address everything, including the Outer Cape V0 standardization issue, would be non-compliance with the ASMLC. So it's either we have rules across the state that are, or across our region of the Gulf of Maine and Massachusetts that are more stringent than New Hampshire and Maine, or it's non-compliance with the ASMLC. So, but, you know, without a subsequent action, it's more strict rules.
Can I just make a comment? I mean,
Please,
what
Ken.
swung me on this vote was. You know, I view my responsibility on this board primarily as resource 1, fisherman 2. Everything else down the line, and you know, it's easy for me to do that. I don't have to go sit with ASMFC. I don't have to deal with the politics of it, but. It was a very persuasive argument to me that these Outer Cape fishermen have been involved in the management of their own stock. It's been successful. And that now, due to things beyond their control, that we would be putting their fishery in jeopardy for something that they, you know, not only that they didn't do anything about, but that the resource is fine. So if the resource is the primary thing, and to me, it's got to be the resource primary, then the fishermen, and then everything else. So that's what swung me on this. So I don't know if there's a way for the division to address this. But it just seems to me that it really needs to be addressed somehow. That's what persuaded me on my vote.
Thank you, Finn. Okay, no other comments. So moving on, future public hearing items, modernization of surf plan management rules.
Yeah, I think it's-
Okay, so over the course of the last couple of years, we've been meeting periodically with the surf clam fleet to discuss modernizing the spatial management program for this fishery using vessel tracking technology combined with geofences and lat-long coordinates to approximate current management areas. So going back in time since the 80s, the management of this fishery has been based on depth contours, primarily the 12 and 20-foot depth contour, as well as some historic carve-outs of management areas for gear conflict issues, interactions with egg-bearing lobsters, new shell lobsters, and user group conflicts. And so what we want to do is move to a more modern spatial management program that uses technology and uses lat-long and can interface with chart plotters so that the vessel owners can know that the vessel is inside a management area, so that enforcement can know if a vessel is inside a closed area. And that will enable us to better enforce these rules, better protect important nearshore habitat like eelgrass, which was a primary issue coming out of some of the discussions about bringing surf clam management back into DMF's exclusive purview with the recent law that struck the DEP's oversight over the Wetlands Protection Act. So what we're proposing to do is to go out to public hearing with an update to our surf clam management regulations that would draw a management area boundary that effectively matches the 12-foot depth contour using point coordinates throughout the state where this fishery occurs, so from Hull south. And mirrors existing closures like the one around Provincetown Harbor, an area off Billingsgate, the closure off seasonal closure off Ellisville, to protect new shell lobsters in the summer and fall. Add a new area like that along Sandy Neck to the canal, and build a 200-foot buffer zone around all known eelgrass beds, which are the green areas you see. And then in areas where there's not a lot of surf clamming, like Buzzards Bay, or the upper edge of the northern edge of Nantucket Sound, or off the northern edge of the Vineyard, draw those lines outside of the 12-foot depth contour in a more straight line, so that we don't have a million points going around these areas where surf clamming isn't occurring with any regularity, just for more simple rules. In addition to that, adopt a requirement that vessels participating in the surf clam dredge fishery have, install the cellular-based vessel trackers that the federal permit holders or federal lobster permit holders are required to get. There's been broad support of that among the fleet. We piloted it with 4 boats over the past several years, and we've got support from, you know, the general participants in this fishery to expand that to all entities who are going to participate. So it wouldn't be to all permit holders. We have about 33 permit holders. It would only be for those who intend to participate in the fishery, which is a dozen. So. Anything else, Dan, you wanna add?
No, just, ground zero was Provincetown,
Yeah,
obviously. This whole issue really was precipitated, I'm sorry. Surf climate management goes back 45 years. And when we were given control of fishery by the legislature, we really haven't changed much. We have a few discrete closures, like we have one off of Plymouth and a little bit off Sandwich, in response to some gear conflicts and some soft lobster, concerns. But it's really Herring Cove Beach, which is to the west of Provincetown. There's a little plateau of sand up there, and that's an area that is so controversial. That was the area that precipitated the lawsuits that brought about, at one time, a court decision giving DEP the authority to manage this activity, calling it quote unquote dredging. But the legislation that was enacted last year gave us exclusive authority, so you no longer have to file a notice of intent and get a DEP dredging permit. But having said that, we did get calls from some of the lobstermen, one lobsterman who was noting that as soon as the fishery opened, he puts gear out there up Herring Cove. There was a pretty substantial gear conflict, so I might be interested in maybe creating like a seasonal sharing arrangement like we do up Sandwich and Plymouth. And maybe give those boats access when they really need it in the fall, winter and early spring. And maybe close the area during the lobster months, of May through October. So that's the kind of input I think we should be looking for in addition to these. So hopefully when we go to public hearing, we can request, the public ponder any other, closures that might be in order to eliminate conflicts among users.
yeah. We went around this winter and solicited feedback from local shellfish constables about whether or not they anticipated user group conflicts with other shellfish fishing interests, and we didn't get much feedback. Phil, I think you went to one of those meetings. And we had a couple virtual ones, and there wasn't a lot of feedback on that. One of the concerns was just to make sure that any of the boundaries take into consideration aquaculture sites. And we did overlay our GIS layer of aquaculture sites over the proposed management area boundary, and they were all within the boundary, so they'd be protected. So.
Questions for Jared on geofencing? Julio?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Were there any other conservation commissioners who held any objections? None, just this plan and stuff.
So I have a question on geofencing. So we've got 12 vessels today, right? More or less 12 vessels harvested. So included in this geofencing, we're gonna have a tracking system installed with the phones, right?
It's not with the phones, but it's like the federal lobster tracker. They're the exact same thing, and
Okay.
it's in the wheelhouse. It's on all the time, and it tracks
Which we haven't got now.
Yeah, we've actually handed them out to fishermen for free.
to about a third of the active fleet.
So, because if the perpetrator who took out all that lobster gear, if he was part of the pilot program, you'd know who it was, but we don't know who it was. Not yet. So the idea with this geo tracking is that every vessel participating will have a track on the vessel.
And they get real-time notifications on their cell phone when they enter or exit a management area. And and they can disregard that if they're coming into Wellfleet and cross the line, obviously, but, and then, you know. We'll get, then they can overlay the geofence on their plotter as well, so they can have that in front of them. But, you know, if they cross over that line, you know, then it's good to, you know, they'll get the notification and be able to know, and then if we see. You know, a line that's coming in from Billingsgate around up into Wellfleet, we know that's a boat going back to port, but if we see tracks. You know, we know that's a boat fishing, and it becomes an enforceable issue.
issue. So we're gonna go to public hearings on this. So will it be enacted by next lobster, a year out, like? May
Oh, I'd
15th,
hope by the end of
26th?
the year, we'd have this done. You know,
This year.
by January 1, 2026, we'd
Okay,
have new rules in place.
so, yeah, because most of your lobster gear, at least down around the Cape, is out of the water by the first.
And one of the things I failed to mention is, you know, part of what we've been discussing with the surf clam fleet is giving them night fishing access. They'd like to see it year round because they have some time to temperature issues in the summer, but I don't think we're comfortable with that. But in the winter, when the gear is out of the water, I think we'd be comfortable with that. There have been, you know, some instances where, you know, these vessels are jogging at night. Because they're worried that if they put some say they're worried that if they put a dredge down, they're gonna be sighted for fishing. So rather than sit on their dredge, they jog back and forth all night. I think that resulted in one of those boats, running aground off Wellfleet, on the backside a couple of years ago. So now there's a safety issue. If these boats are gonna be operating throughout the night, you know, maybe they should be, you know, getting their limit and coming back in rather than running the boat till 6 AM to put the dredge back down.
Yeah, I think that also happened down off Nantucket. Oh, it ended up on. Well, thank you for apprising me of the geo tracking. I just wanted to know if they were all gonna have trackers.
Yep. So that's part of the proposal was, you know, if you're gonna participate in the fishery, you'd have to have a tracker. And then you'd be able to get this layer, this geofence layer into your chart plotter.
So you haven't been able to schedule public hearings yet, but you think we can have this all done after public
Yeah.
hearings and what, has to come back to?
So this is the first step, generally is bring this stuff to you guys first, get it vetted. You know, following, you know, long period of kind of scoping on this. You know, draft up a draft proposed regulation for public hearing over the next month. Hopefully get that out by the August, September public hearing, October commission approval. You know, December implementation. That's about what I have. You know, for this and the next issue that Bob will speak to, what I have in my mind for, you know, kind of a rulemaking schedule.
Jared, the coordinates in the memo are quite voluminous.
That's
So
correct.
is that something that we could hand out as like a permit condition as opposed to putting them in the CMR?
I think it would be more enforceable in the CMR. I see Matt nodding, so I feel comfortable in saying that.
You realize how big the CMRs are gonna get?
I,
I mean, it's a permit condition, we can, and it's a limited entry fishery,
permit conditions sometimes are harder to cite than just the statute. I mean,
not in front of the magistrate.
right, if we go that way.
But I mean, I think if they're making a case, like, yeah, there's a lot of numbers in there, but I mean, we do the same with our mobile gear closures.
C attachment.
Yeah.
And, you know. If we say we do this and this is built into a, you know, into a mapping layer that you can put on your chart plotter. And you get notifications from the tracking device, it's pretty rock solid. Enforcement
And affidavit
compliance strategy.
Too, that they, right, they attest to the fact that they received them.
Yeah. And one of the benefits too of the geofencing is we have heard from captains that they want to stay out of eelgrass, but they don't know where the eelgrass necessarily is. It fouls the gear. So by mapping and giving a buffer zone around eelgrass, there's a habitat protection there, but it's also beneficial to the industry because now they know how to avoid it.
Yeah, I was just speaking to a new hire, Pete.
Uh-huh.
He's a diver, and they're working right now with eelgrass, snorkeling, but I guess count or see eelgrass.
Yeah, like
Seeding.
forest
Seeding.
presented. Yeah.
So it's important to keep those vessels, and like you just said, those captains want to stay out of the deal.
And another thing we heard from the fleet on this is, you know, with a lot of these boats being hired captains, the vessel, the permit holders are happy to know where their captains are fishing.
Oh,
Right,
because it's not owner operated.
It's not. You know, a lot of the
Thought
boats
about
are
that.
owner operator, but some
Is
of
there any
them.
thought about owner operated at this point?
There's a number of participants that are fleet vessels that have a state permit, but are also part of that federal fishery. You know, out of Gloucester and out of New Bedford, you know, a lot of the state boats are owner operator as practice. But, you know, the other half of the active fleet boats are dual state federal permit holders. And I think that they've raised some pretty strenuous objections to that.
Thank you. Questions for Jared on this geofencing and the plan moving forward? Do you have any issues down around the vineyard, Joe?
There has been a lot of fishing around the vineyard a couple of years.
We want to vet this now, get this out there now, right? So that's why I asked. Thank you, Jared.
All right. Hand this over to Bob.
Framework for managing derelict gear, I presume that's this little blank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, thank you very much. So yeah, today I just want to update we have a proposal to essentially move forward with regulations to establish a framework to permit and manage the cleanup of fishing gear debris. And just to advance the slide, Jared, down. Okay. Just to remind everybody, this past December, the legislature made several statutory changes to our general laws to basically make way to give DMF the authority to regulate the removal of derelict gear fishing. And I presented to the commissions before, prior to this, talking about issues related to derelict gear and how the original statutes really limited our ability to do that. And so, as I said, this past December, the legislature made these changes, and essentially they struck out the portion of the original section 31 here that talks about that gives protection to fishing gear even when it washes up on shore. And so one of the major changes here is that notwithstanding the Division of Marine Fisheries with approval of the Marine Fisheries Advisory Commission and the Department of Fish and Game shall promulgate regulations that authorize or permit the removal of fishing gear debris from waters under the jurisdiction of the Commonwealth and adjacent coastal shoreline. And also important here is that fishing gear debris collected under the division authority shall not be subject to General Law, Chapter 134. And those are the kind of the property laws associated with that, with the ownership. It also rescinded this section 32 here, which really gives, historically it given complete protection to fishing gear that washes up on shore, whereby it gives the owner of that gear up to 30 days right to trespass to get it, and then the owner of the property then had 60 days where it had to hold the gear and give an opportunity for the owner to get it back. And that's since been rescinded, because what we found is that gear that washes up on beaches is generally destroyed or in condition where the owner is not even interested in retaining it, except in some rare instances. And so this is, and then finally, the other thing that they changed in the statute is some of the definitions. And one of the key distinctions is historically in the statutes, there was no distinction between fishing gear and fishing gear debris, and that made us really difficult, so that prior to this change, any piece of fishing gear debris that washed up on the beach was legally fishing gear. We really had to treat it as such, and now with this distinction, we can separate fishing gear from fishing gear debris. And in this particular case, this definition is pretty, the definition is pretty key on how you define it, and what we use is the word intact. So fishing gear is a trap net or fish car or other contrivance that is intact, and the intact is the key word. Functions as it is intended to take, hold, or capture fish, and is maintained during the open season. So that's another distinction that was put in there, was the open season part. So by default, any gear left out in the closed season is automatically classified as fishing gear debris. And that allows for us to, during the right whale closure, to efficiently remove and dispose of fishing gear that's left behind. What's not defined anywhere in the statute, though, is what intact means. And so with that, DMF needs to develop a regulatory framework to essentially determine what intact it means. And so instead of reinventing the wheel, the task force who worked on this went back and looked at how other states handle it, like Florida and or on the West Coast, Washington and California, how they define it, and then essentially came up with definitions to define the difference between intact versus non-intact. And in this case, and this should say for commercial, for commercial gear, essentially what intact is that it has to comply or have three of the four following elements. And those elements are a buoy that is marked as set forth in the regulations, which means it has to be marked with a permit number, a buoy line that is complies with marking and modification requirements set forth in CMR 1206, a current year's trap tag associated with a valid current fishing permit set forth in CMR 631, or a trap that is configured on the requirements sent forth under CMR 602, which includes things like all the requirements on a trap, escape vents and ghost panel. And so to be considered intact fishing gear, it has to have at least three of these four, is what we're proposing to do. With these requirements, essentially, this would ensure that the owner is identifiable, the trap has all elements that make it functional, and that the buoy line on the gear would be identifiable back to the fishery. And similarly, we're proposing similar set of things for recreational fishing gear. And this is that, again, they had to be considered intact fishing gear, it would have to have three out of the four. It's a little bit different in that, in part C, because we don't require recreational fishing gear to have trap tags. So instead, it would require this that they have the synthetic or wooden lathe on the trap that it has the identifier established in CMR 413. So that's either the permit number or their name on a placard inside the trap would be the substitute there. So again, it would be three out of the four requirements that would be required to make it intact. If it doesn't have that, it would not be intact and therefore could be classified as fishing gear debris. And why this is important is because what DMF also needs to do is kind of set up a regulatory framework to regulate fishing debris gear cleanup. And so this can range for anything from beach cleanups for gear that washes up on shore, to grappling for gear that's lost, to hauling buoy gear that's left behind in the closure, and or cases where mobile gear fishers catch traps when they're towing. And so what we're proposing in this particular case is, one is to provide blanket year-round authorization to any person or organization to remove or dispose fishing gear debris found on the shoreline. So we routinely get requests from municipalities or organizations who want to go do a gear cleanup. Prior to the change in the statute, it had to be done under letter of authorization and then under the supervision of MEP to do it legally. With this change, now we have the opportunity to set
regulations whereby this activity could be allowed. We're proposing for shoreline cleanup to just offer that as a blanket authorization. A municipality or a group who wants to go do a beach cleanup, they would be able to go ahead and do this. Again, under this framework, what we propose is similar to how it currently works, is that to haul any buoy gear left behind, we're retaining that only for either DMF or MEP. Obviously, that in some cases, there could be violations on the gear that's left behind, or there could be non-compliance issues of how the gear is set up. So we want someone who's from an agency to be able to inspect that. It's not something we would authorize general public to go out and haul buoy gear. That would be something we reserve for those two agencies to do. Then we get to grappling, and how we've handled this in the past is through a special letter of authorization from the director, where the proponent has to provide details on the who, what, where, when, all the details. And that's how we've handled it. We're proposing to continue to handle it that way. It makes a lot of sense. We want to retain the right to reserve. We want to reserve the right to be able to review exactly what's going on and make sure that, well, and consider things like the experience of the folks proposing to do the grappling work, that they're likely to follow best management practices for trying to get any salvageable gear back to the original and identifiable gear back to the original owners. And also we would give priority to any grappling work that would be done during the closed season. So, and actually I should phrase that a different way. We would discourage grappling work during the opening season, because we don't want to enhance any gear conflict. If folks are out grappling, we don't want them to be grappling potentially actively fished gear. So we would give priority to grappling projects went during the closed season in the winter time. And then finally, the fourth thing that we're proposing is to allow mobile gear vessels operating in state waters to bring ashore and dispose of fishing gear debris obtained during incidental fishing, incidentally caught during fishing operations. But we would maintain the molesting of fixed gear, active fishing gear would be strictly prohibited. And so along that vein, we solicited feedback from both the lobster industry and from the mobile gear industry on this, because we understand historically there's tension among those two user groups, and that gear conflict can be an issue. And so we reached out to several trap fishermen, to MLA, and to several mobile gear fishers. MLA nicely hosted us at their office, and we convened a meeting of a few mobile gear fisher and a few fixed gear fishers to talk about this issue. As you know, anyone who's who mobile gear fishers have been on a mobile gear vessel, it's not uncommon to catch derelict lobster traps in the course of normal operation. And I guess there's, to some extent, when that happens, what happens in that case, the fisherman does one of three things. Is if it's just debris or trash, they can't deal with it, they tend to go and drop it into a location where it's kind of known where folks drop that gear. It's a place where they don't typically tow, and put it back over the side. We understand that happens. Obviously, would like to discourage that. We don't want any of this gear staying in the water. We'd rather it come home. The other thing that happens is commonplace is they catch a trap, and they know the lobsterman, it's in the same port or whatever. They catch a derelict trap, and they'll bring it back in and call him or put it on the stern of his boat and say, hey, I caught one of your traps, here it is. And we know that happens as well. And so what we'd like to be able to do, based on feedback that we got, both sides felt fairly comfortable to allow that process to continue, whereby a mobile gear fisher who catches a derelict trap would be allowed to bring that back to shore. If it's identifiable, give it back to the owner, and if it's not, if it's marine debris, just dispose of it. Whereas right now, the regulations don't, technically they're in violation if they had possession of that trap. We're trying to proposing to allow them to bring that gear back to shore. And we didn't get any negative feedback from either the mobile gear side or the fixed gear fishermen, in that case, lobster fishermen.
on that particular case. So those are the kind of the four primary activities that were part of this proposal that we would like to put forward.
Questions for Bob?
Just one more quick thing, Ray, sorry. Part of this also is we'll be seeking public comment on best practices for handling fishing gear debris. Well, obviously, it's not mandatory for to return fishing gear debris to the previous owner. The practices is certainly is encouraged, and especially for gear that is intact, identifiable, and potentially salvageable. So we'd like to develop best management practices whereby any folks retrieving this. And this is what happens now, we go through great lengths and to get that gear, salvageable gear back to the owners, but we want to kind of make sure that that's captured in best management practices. Fishing gear debris, we need to make sure that it's disposed of lawfully. In instances when fishing gear is salvageable, it must be repurposed or sold. And so we want any debris to get disposed of. Gear that's salvageable but not identifiable, it's up to whoever salvages it, what they want to do with that, whether they want to dispose of it, repurpose it, or sell it. And we also recognize, and we've gotten a lot of feedback from, universally among all fishing sectors of the fishing industry, that there's a real need to create a network for the disposal of fishing gear debris. We know there's a lack of infrastructure at all the ports to get rid of this. And historically, the Fishing for Energy program had dumpsters at many of the ports, and many of the municipalities took on managing that. That program has since been dramatically scaled back or ceased, and there's only a couple in the state that municipalities that still offer that service. And it's a real problem, and to encourage derelict gear getting brought back home and disposed of, DMF is committed to working and putting staff time into trying to develop this network to one, identify municipalities interested in participating. The legislature has put in, I believe, a line item in this current budget to fund such a dumpster project. I don't know the ultimate fate of that, but there is right now. It's in the budget process. We're hoping that funding comes through. But essentially, we understand that it's a real need, and we would commit to trying to get that set up to make disposal much more efficient. And then lastly, the question of abandoned, derelict, or lost aquaculture gear came up. And so we similarly convened a meeting of industry members who are commercial aquaculture growers, along with town shellfish constables, to talk about the issue of derelict aquaculture gear. And although there are similarities in the gear when it washes up, like wire mesh and rope and line, and it does cause similar challenges relative to cleanup. There's also a couple of real key differences in that shellfish aquaculture is subject to home rule with the municipality, both permitting and there's both permitting and management requirements that are administered by the municipality. And there's also additional layer of property consideration. In many cases, when the aquaculture gear washes up, it also has valuable product inside of it that is a consideration of getting that back to the owner. And so based on feedback that we got from both growers and municipalities, there was a general consensus that the handling of abandoned, derelict, or lost gear should continue at the municipal level under the oversight of the shellfish constables. Pretty much we felt that the local constables were best positioned to really handle it. They know their growers pretty well. When there's a storm and something washes up, from most towns, what we heard back was that they know the gear, they know who it is, and there's fairly quick turnaround time on cleaning it up, with some exceptions for a few municipalities. The one thing that the feedback we got though from municipalities that we could be helpful on would be making it a universal requirement that all aquaculture gear is marked with the owner's information on it. That's not a universal state requirement. Some of the towns have very strict requirements for gear marking. Other towns do not. And they mentioned it would be helpful if DMF were to make it a universal requirement within our regulations to require marking of aquaculture gear. to facilitate kind of cleanup and getting that back to the owners. And so with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for Bob? Leo,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I was chartering in the, on the North Shore, I'd often see folks going to great length to get into the marsh to collect buoys that have been disconnected from the traps. That's against the law. Is that to maintain or to keep that buoy?
Technically, yeah, so when you see people who have like, you go to a coastal town, and the cottage will have 15 different colored buoys on, but they collect it up off the beach, technically, they're not allowed to be in possession of those.
I would hazard to guess most folks don't realize that.
Correct, yeah. Yep. That's true. Right,
yeah, so my concern was, and you highlighted it, was number 3 or 4 there. So when an otter trawl, a small dragger brings this gear to shore, the disposal of it, so the state that's in the budget that will probably be voted up or down. I don't know where it is in committee or anything by July. So how many dumpsters would you put? Like, I know in Chatham, you've got Stage Harbor, you've got the fish pier. Other Harwich, they've got Sackatucket, they've got Witchmere. I mean, how many dumpsters are we talking about to dispose of?
yeah, so at this point, Ray, I'm not sure, we're not at that point. I think what we would do if this funding goes forward is we would probably work with the industry and the municipalities to identify needs for each community. And we would probably likely make it available as a grant to the community to get the funding for whatever number of dumpsters they need, subject to how much money we have to distribute. But the key with those dumpsters is it's as you all know, if you just put a dumpster someplace and it's not locked down and monitored 24/7, it just fills up with junk from everywhere. And so what municipalities have found is it really has to be locked up or in a place where it can only be accessed under supervision. And so that would really be up to the municipality to decide how best to do that. We would provide them with the funding to get the dumpsters, but they would have to figure out how best to manage it.
So that's part of the recommendation on this regulation, that the municipalities agree that they will have a person lock up or unlock, and that any dragger that brings in gear or somebody hooks debris,
Yep.
that they bring it to that dumpster. And I think Story could put a licensing, you can put a note, right, with the light on the renewal that the report, if this all passes and we get funding, right, that they could be reminded that you've got dumpsters and that this is where the debris goes, and
we would do outreach on that, for sure.
Yeah, and part of the best management practices, developing those would be exactly that. If you catch gear, we recommend you go to your local municipality, use the disposal sites, and then we kind of do outreach to show where those are and how to access them.
I think part of this is also figuring out what transfer stations and dumps accept fishing gear. And kind of putting that as a public facing information, not just for, someone who might be bringing in as a fisherman, but someone who's trying to plan a beach cleanup. Well, that's nice, now we have a whole bunch of wire traps, where do they go? So like, we want them to be able to know that before they come to us and say, we want to do this, what's the end?
And
Where does it go? Make sure you have that.
yeah, I'll give you Chatham, we've got a dumpster dedicated to fishing gear, but I don't know if a harvester's gonna necessarily want to put the debris in the trucks and drive
To another place and.
to the
logistics-
transfer station, which is only open certain hours, certain days. So I think it would be critical to have those dumpsters near shore or near landing ports.
The other critical aspect is to kind of find disposal pathways, and so there's there are some scrap yards who will take loads of traps. They won't give you a lot of money for them, but they will take them in to recycle the steel. And so it's a matter of identifying those and trying to work with them to figure out how much volume they can take. Especially if there's these larger cleanup efforts where a bunch comes in at once. It's nice to be able to, pre-identify where we could kind of, where that stream of gear could go to, so that's part of something we'll work on, is trying to develop that.
And would a trap crusher be part of the budget if this money is?
We have a trap crusher that works great, and we're happy to work with, municipalities if they get a bunch of gear to crush traps and to make, disposal more efficient.
Thank you. Questions for Bob?
I know on the town wharf in Plymouth, we have a dumpster just for commercial. Operations, and there's some trash and some fishing debris that goes in there, but the key was. Like you said, it's up against the harbor master shack with a camera on it. And even with that, we've had people come by and dump a deer carcass in it.
Mattresses and.
It's amazing,
Yeah.
you really have to have it monitored.
Questions for Bob or comments? Bill,
This is a great program. Really, I wish the heck this had been around years ago. I dragged the net around the bottom of the ocean east of the Cape for 40 years, and telling you the amount of stuff that I brought in that we couldn't bring back. We just couldn't bring it back, and we did what you already outlined. We had locations that we would try and focus on, and created kind of what my thinking was kind of an artificial reef kind of environment. The stuff breaks down after a while anyway, but it does act as a magnet for attracting wild. We always tried to do what we could to make sure that the gear would no longer fish. And anything, it would just be an open cage. Yeah, we take the covers off, etc. But the problem you've already outlined and Ray has brought up is disposal. Once you get it to the shore, the guys are gonna be inclined to just dump it over the side again if they know it's gonna be a hassle when they get it back to the dock. So good luck with figuring out how you're gonna do it.
Yeah,
Take some-
part of it, that's a great comment, Bill, and part of the thing we talked about was are there ways to incentivize disposing gear, and I don't know, is there like,
That's the only way I
so
know.
is there, almost the concept of a return, like a seal on, like a
Correct.
return, like almost like a
Yep.
redemption seal, like a 5 cent can, so some type of a returnable fee or something.
You know, the
I don't know.
creativity of the fishermen cannot be underestimated in situations like this. Believe it or not, there was actually a time in New England when dragging for anchors was big business.
for
Schooner anchors, yes,
Yeah.
yes, and those fishermen, they were fishermen that part of the time they would go out when they knew there was a wreck. They would locate the tackle and bring it in. It was very valuable. So I don't see it as a direct correlation, but if you have something that's in place that's not part of the actual program where you hire the boats and they go out and get paid, if there could be something in there, you'd get reaction from the fleets of mobile gear vessels from time to time to go out and bring stuff in.
Good point.
Phil, would you be willing to give Mark Russo some numbers? Because he's in charge of artificial reefs, right? That way you're hook and line, fishermen go fish those.
Well,
Site.
they're already well known because they're hard, real hard patches, right? You would know exactly what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Bob.
Right, thank you.
Oh,
Mr. Chair,
discussion items and update.
For-
Leo, I'm
for
sorry.
sake of efficiency, might we want to have a working lunch? The food is,
I don't see any food.
or it's outside.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Up to you.
Yeah, by all means. Where are we on this?
We got a something to say, and then
We've got Nick.
protected species on other business. About 45 minutes behind.
It'll be a work and lunch break then. So if anybody's hungry, go out and get the food. And come back to don't chat outside.
You want to take?
Five, yeah, let's take 5. Yeah. You're up. Thank you, Nick.
I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I know you guys.
The only reason he's here.
Yeah, I've got to go. I've got to go.
We're good to go, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jared, Nicola,
Story of my life.
podium's yours.
Oh, so I'm gonna provide some updates that date back to the ASMFD's February meeting, and carry through to some meetings in May, focusing mostly on final actions as well as a couple kind of high profile, ongoing actions. So first was spiny dogfish was really the only final actions at the February ASMSC meeting. The first pertained to implementing some complementary measures to some recent federal rules that put in place some hot spots for sturgeon bycatch and gillnet fisheries for dogfish. These aren't particularly relevant to fishing off of Massachusetts because the hotspot areas are to the south off New Jersey, Maryland, and Virginia, but they are of interest because of all that dogfish product coming to New Bedford. So how these are going to influence the landings, we'll have to see, but these were some requirements based on Endangered Species Act rulings, and they went into place on May 1st. The dogfish quota for this year was also revised down slightly based on some updated projections that use realized catch as opposed to assumed catch. So the quota for 2025 was revised down about 1.5 million pounds from where it had been previously set. This was a little bit better than it could have otherwise been because the Mid-Atlantic Council took an unusual step of suspending its risk policy and kind of allowing the maximum quota to be set with a 50% probability. So the quota is still larger than what landings were last year. So hopefully this doesn't impact the fishery too much. I would just add that the Mid-Atlantic Council is working on a framework adjustment for spiny dogfish that could impact the accountability measures. Last year, there was an overage that had to be subtracted from one of the accountability measures being triggered. And so they are looking to, loosen up some of those accountability measures for when the stock is in above its target type level. And so provide some stability to the fishery without jeopardizing the sustainability of the resource. So that is an ongoing action right now. And the specifications for the next couple of years will probably be wrapped into that as well. Another final action that was taken by the Mid-Atlantic Council jointly with the ASMC pertains to recreational management of summer flounder, scup, black sea bass, and bluefish. This action continued the recreational measure setting process that we've been using the last 3 years. That's termed the percent change approach. It made a couple modifications to it to allow for more status quo results in the measures for when the biomass is so high. So this approach is an improvement over what we had done 3 or 4 years ago, where you're only using the point estimate of the MREP data. And even when there were situations with black sea bass and scup where the biomass is so high, we're restricting measures. This approach allows for some more status quo measures to be set. So some additional improvements were made to it when it was renewed. Importantly, though, when we get to 2030, this approach is going to change to being, rather than being based on harvest, it's going to be based on total catch. And so this is meant to place more emphasis and kind of accounting for the releases that are from the measures that are set. So that'll be a transition in the future. And it was meant to kind of transition to that in 4 years just to kind of evaluate how that would work over time and then implement it rather than doing that right away, because it is a kind of a fundamental switch for these species to, rather than thinking about what are our measures going to do for the harvest and what is the harvest limit, to start thinking about, well, what is the whole catch and how does that compare to the annual catch limit? But this revised approach will be used to set the specifications, the recreational measures. In 2026, there's gonna be new stock assessments for summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass that'll play into this approach as well. So we'll, have more coming out of an August council meeting where the recreational harvest limits are set, and then it's in December, as we've said, that things happen a little bit late for these species, but we should be setting measures for 2 years for fluke, scup, and sea bass, and 2026 based on a new assessment and this approach. Another ongoing action for summer flounder, scup, black sea bass, and bluefish on the recreational front is the council, Mid-Atlantic Council, and the commission are working on an amendment that went out to scoping as a recreational sector separation and data collection amendment. We had scoping over the winter. So what the council and commission decided to do is that these two large topics of sector separation, meaning for hire, vessels, private vessels, shore anglers, do they have different management? That issue should be considered separately, for the most part, from data collection on the recreational fishery, which is such a large topic as to go to, mandatory angler reporting, for example. So what we decided to do was move forward, prioritizing recreational sector separation consideration, which could mean separate measures for the modes or separate allocations of the catch limit, for example. And as part of that consideration, it would also be looking at for hire permitting and for hire reporting. And then that separate piece of recreational data collection, it will be kind of the potentially a next thing to look at. But we'd start out with a white paper to kind of further explore what the objectives are of looking at additional recreational data collection and what the feasibility of those approaches are. So the next, moving from here, there will be, several months of development of the range of alternatives, and we'd be looking at, public comment, most likely, late winter, early spring to actually comment on for hire mode management for these species, as well as permitting and reporting requirements for hire fishery. This has the potential to trigger mandatory for hire reporting in Massachusetts. Some states have already adopted this, but that could be one outcome of this that we'll have to consider. At the ASMC's May meeting, just briefly, the commission did follow the New England Council's lead and revise the specifications for the next, for 2025 through 2027. These do increase the ACL for 2025. It's still a big reduction from 2024. But the commission's role, in addition to setting those overall specifications, is to set the effort controls for the Area 1A fishery in the intra-Gulf of Maine. So that was subsequently done, and those measures have been announced with limited fishing opportunity based on the low quotas for herring. We've covered lobster addendum 32 being finalized in May, so skip that. Northern shrimp had a new amendment finalized in May as well. This fishery northern shrimp has been under a moratorium since 2014, and it's been an annual decision that the ASMC has had to make to have that harvest moratorium. And so what this amendment did was allow for a moratorium of up to 5 years to be set, so that it doesn't require that annual meeting to occur. But there did also include 2 quote unquote wake up triggers, a recruitment based trigger and a temperature based trigger that could lead to the management board evaluating whether or not to reopen this fishery at some time in the future based on, indications of and more favorable conditions in the Gulf of Maine for northern shrimp. So the section, or I guess it's the board now, right? Well, the management board will be meeting again later this year to actually determine how long or if to set the continuing moratorium from 2026 on.
I interrupted you
Certainly.
about the shrimp, northern shrimp.
Yes, we're sure.
What is the science saying about, I mean, it seems like it's dwindling and it's not, it's really suffering. Is there any concerns or from the science that it may not come back?
It's largely to do with the environmental conditions in the Gulf of Maine and the warming temperatures, and so that's why there's been a harvest moratorium since 2014.
Bob,
Yeah, I mean, so the stock is, so northern shrimp in Massachusetts or in the Gulf of Maine are at the southern extent of their range. They're a boreal species, meaning that they live up near the poles, essentially, very cold water species. That's, as the Gulf of Maine has warmed, their amount of viable habitat is just reduced dramatically. And it's kind of been the primary driver of the reduction in that stock. And we've had a moratorium for 10 years and recruitment is still just flatlined. It hasn't, so it tells us that fishing mortality hasn't really been the major factor in controlling stock dynamics. It's largely environment, and it's just
Is there a recreational fishery for northern shrimp?
no.
Not that you know.
so, I'm sorry, Nicola, we're built.
Do you mind, Nicola, if we go on a little bit more on this? Bob, could you give us a quick review of how the experimental limited access fishery in the Gulf of Maine went this year? It's over now.
Yeah, I can. So we authorized a 7 metric ton research set aside fishery for divided up among the states of Maine, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire. Massachusetts had 1 vessel participate. New Hampshire, 1 mobile gear vessel participate. New Hampshire had 1 trap-based vessel participate. And Maine, I believe, had, I think, 2 or 3 mobile gear and 3 trap.
It's 7 altogether.
7 altogether. And I can tell you from the mass-based boat, went out 2 separate days, did a number of tows and did not catch any landable quantities of northern shrimp at all. You did bring back a 2 kilo sample, a couple of 2 kilo shrimp samples of shrimp, which Kelly Whitmore worked up. And I believe out of the 2 kilo sample, you found 1.
Yeah, the samples weren't even 2 kilos, so I don't even think it got to that.
One northern shrimp, the other shrimp were dikilo.
Yeah, and Maine wasn't much better.
Maine, they counted, I mean, there were comments where we counted northern shrimp by numbers. I think they got 56 northern shrimp.
Yep. So to address a comment that you made, the resource itself overall is extremely robust up in Canadian waters. And it starts in the Acadian part of Nova Scotia, all the way up into the Gulf of St. Lawrence and around into the Labrador Sea, and that's where these animals are in enormous numbers. And they fish in Canada, they fish with super trawlers for these things, and they bring in hundreds of thousands of pounds. And even in the small Novi fleet of 45 to 50 foot boats, they come in with 100,000 pound trips in 2 days. These things are in huge numbers. They just don't live in our waters anymore. And as you said, Bob, it was amazing when we were shrimping back in the 90s, 80s and 90s when we still had them, how definitive the line was where you would get them and where you wouldn't when you went a mile or 2 to the south. And that was right east of the Cape. You know that, you've got the data on that. We used to do really well on the largest shrimp, were the furthest to the south. We always got the biggest, 35 count, which is big for these kinds of shrimp. But when you went to the south of that, and that whole line is just moved up to the north, right out of the Gulf of Maine and up to the coast of the Acadian zone. Thanks for that little bit on northern shrimp. It's great to know that we're still at least talking about it.
I was informed we're gonna have the meeting prior to Thanksgiving, like early November. By the FMP coordinator. And our last quarterly.
So, and I think it's one of the two triggers that are now in the plan. If it's triggered, what it would do is restart that winter sampling program to get an idea about length frequencies and survival before triggering like a full assessment.
Well, one positive thing, if I might just end with this, the Woods Hole Oceanographic and another couple of organizations, GMI, I have them named, has come up with some information that indicates that we're right now in a colder than normal bottom temperature regime going on in the Gulf of Maine versus the last couple of decades of warming waters, but it's probably very temporary, and I don't know that it's going to have an effect on the shrimp moving back into our area, but it is a little colder than it was.
Yeah, I saw that the council's was reviewing the kind of northeast state of the ecosystem report, and it had that as a preliminary finding that the summer temperatures are expected to be 1 to 2 degrees lower than. So,
Similar to last summer,
Yes,
and yet this past winter, the temperatures were similar to
Yeah.
prior ones.
it's all over the place. It has to do with the Gulf Stream and the melting ice cap in Greenland, and a lot of things are happening that we've got no background information on. We're learning day at a time.
And the Labrador current flying away from plunge cap, which they've done again this year. So supposedly, we're gonna have cold water and shore this year, through the summer, right down in North Carolina.
So striped bass will take me a couple more slides. So, the commission is developing draft addendum 3. This was initiated in December, to consider measures, to support stock rebuilding starting in 2026. The board had previously considered taking an expedited action to put in some new measures this year to ward off some of the anticipated increase in F this year from the 2018 year class entering the slot limit. But it was kind of making those decisions based on some preliminary projections. We didn't have full year 2024 data available yet, so the board instead decided to take the addendum route in order to get updated projections that included the full 2024 data in it, and also allow for public comment on the addendum as opposed to just the board action process that is, it's a vote without a public comment document and public hearings along the coast. So since then, there's been a meeting in February and May where the commission provided additional direction to the plan development team on the range of measures to be included. And so what this graph is showing you is just how, harvest or removals in 2024 have certainly reduced a lot with the implementation of the addendum 2 measures. In 2024, recreational catches are down about 30% from 2023. The different dots are the red, yellow, and orange just represent the different data or estimates of 2024 catch that were used in projections that the board was looking at each subsequent meeting. And based on those relatively small variations in what catches in 2024, it leads to different probabilities of rebuilding by 2029, which is the rebuilding deadline. So the board was trying to, stay up to date, really track the landings as best as possible and make a decision on whether to act based on that. But as I said, we got the latest projections in May that include the full 2024 data. The technical committee is making projections that they include 2024. They assume an increase in 2025 because that 2018 year class is expected to enter the 28 to 31 inch slot limit. I know Ray said he was out fishing and got some keeper fish in the slot as well as a number just below them. So that 2018 year class is 7 years old. And they're just, starting to get to 28 inches. Some will start a little bit below still. But the TC is predicting that F is going to increase in 2025, but then it's going to go back down again. Because after the 2018 year class, that's when the string of really low recruitment in the Chesapeake Bay begins.
So, in other words, we're gonna get another, where the anglers come back to you and say, striper fishing was great, why are you doing anything to the plan? Because of that 18 year class, but next year, is when we're gonna see it fall off the abyss.
Well, there would still be there would still be fish to catch. There might not be as many in the slot limit though after this year.
Okay,
As
so,
they-
so they'll really see it next year, not this year.
Right, this year harvest is supposed to increase because there's gonna be more fish within the slot limit. Then it's, the TC's preferred, best assumption is that F is then gonna decline as harvest declines when fish move out of the slot again. But of course, fish grow at different rates, and so they'll, some of those slower growers are still gonna be in the slot in 2026, but they're assuming in these projections that F goes back down in 2026 and stays at a relatively low level through 2029. And that's what they base their projections on. But so what we're looking at just in terms of the timeline is that the board's gonna meet again in August. It's gonna look at a version of the draft addendum and decide whether to move it to public comment, whether it needs to take out any of the options in it. And if they do approve of public comment, then there would be public comment period and hearings in September or so, and then the board could consider taking final action in October. I think that's, particularly relevant because in October, we'll have some preliminary estimates about what harvest actually was in 2025 to see if these assumptions and the projections were realized about an increase in harvest. And we'll also have another year's worth of the juvenile index out of Chesapeake Bay to consider at that time when taking final action on this addendum, assuming it goes that far. But so what these projections that I'm talking about, the projections that the board reviewed in May indicated that the current measures have a 49% probability of rebuilding the stock in 2029. And that SSB is going to continue to increase after there. What that means is that you need a 1% reduction in removals in 2026 to get to the 50% probability, which is essentially, same 49 and 50% are not statistically different. But the board had also asked for what reduction in removals do you need to get to a 60% probability of rebuilding the stock by the deadline. So that's a policy decision to be made if the board wants to be more, risk averse and aim for a higher success rate. Then they would be looking at a 7% reduction in the removals for 2026. The technical committee did caution that it's very difficult to, evaluate the effectiveness of reductions that achieve something less than 10%. Because there's inherent, variability in the catch. So was it really the measures that did that? And the removals aren't known within, 10% confidence interval. So, but the board decided that to move forward with considering reductions to try to increase that probability of rebuilding to 60%. And so we're looking at, measures to do that, a 7% reduction. The board also did ask, though, that while there was that one projection that says, 7% reduction needed to get to a 60% probability, they had also asked for some projections that said, what if we assume that recruitment is as low as it has been in just the last 6 years? And so those projections are less, optimistic about getting to the rebuild by 2029. So, the board wants to also use this document to help kind of forecast to the public some of the things that Ray has been saying that, things might look okay in 2025. They might look not as good in 2026 in terms of harvest. We might be able to get to rebuilding in 2029 under the current measures, but if recruitment is worse, then we might not get there. So just some of those things are also going to be included in the document as well.
And we won't know about Chesapeake Bay Spring spat until this fall.
Yeah, they typically have that in September, October. So by the time the board is making a decision in October on this document, I think we'll know what the spawn was this year, how successful it was. There, was some optimism based on spring temperatures and rainfall. So we'll see if that pans out. Yes.
Well, we talked about numbers, recruitment numbers. So we're talking about Chesapeake Bay, Hudson River, or a combination.
So the assessment includes all three,
I just-
but 75% of the fish that we fish on in Massachusetts are coming from Chesapeake Bay, so that is, you know, the most relevant. And the signal from the bay has a great track record of predicting, stock trends.
So they're saying if recruitment is at the level it is now by 2030.
So the projection, so the pink line, let's say the yellow line is a little bit hard to make out on this slide in particular, but it shows that if recruitment, is very similar to just the last 6 years as opposed to the last 15 years, which is included in the main projection that we've been using,
Mhm.
that we will have, we'll get to rebuilt by maybe 2029 or 2030, but then it's gonna start to decline. SSP will start to go back down. So what are the actual alternatives being considered? As I said, the addendum thus far is being drafted with measures to reduce fishery removals by 7% in order to increase the probability of rebuilding to 60% by 2029. It proposes options for the commercial and recreational fisheries that would either achieve that 7% with the recreational and the commercial fishery taking a 7%, or the recreational fishery taking an 8% reduction, which would nullify the need for commercial fishery reduction based on the relative proportions of those sectors to the overall removals. In terms of the recreational measures, it's looking at size limit changes and seasonal closures, and I'm going to go into those in a little bit more detail on the next slide. On the commercial side, it's taking the typical approach of a quota reduction to achieve a reduction in removals there. Importantly, it includes an option to mandate that the state's commercial tagging programs be at the point of harvest. Currently, and since these programs were required 10 years ago, states have had the option to have either a point of harvest or a point of sale tagging program. And as we've discussed, Massachusetts transitioning to a point of harvest tagging approach would require us to go to a limited entry fishery and reduce the number of permits in order to administer a tagging program where we're handing out the tags to the harvesters and then also accounting for them at the end of the season. There are 2 additional options that have been added. One of them addresses the Maryland recreational season in the Chesapeake Bay. Maryland is seeking to change the timing of some of its no target closures and some of its no harvest closures to provide some access without increasing removals. So this is normally something that a state might propose through conservation equivalency, where it's just a state specific proposal that the ASMC is then asked to approve. But they can't do that since the stock is in an overfish status right now. So they're taking the other allowed approach, which is to put it into an addendum. And then it's kind of subject to additional layer of scrutiny through coastwide public hearings. I would say though that there is, internal debate in Maryland as to this. That I was reading the Maryland Bay Journal this morning, and there was also a number of stakeholders at the ASMC meeting in May. Some of them support this Maryland proposal, some of them don't. So how it'll be, Maryland may decide to pull it themselves at the end. We'll see. The other issue is standardizing the method of measurement for striped bass, that definition of total length, similar to as we just recently did requiring the pinching of the tail. And we brought that forward to also be included in this document to standardize along the coast how everyone is measuring a striped bass for compliance with the size limits to uphold their conservation benefit. So with regards to just the implications, the 7% quota reduction could potentially bring our quota down to 635,000 pounds essentially. The commercial tagging change, again, would have implications for how we issue permits and the number of permits we issue. In terms of the recreational options along the ocean. They are primarily focused on the seasonal closures. Importantly, these are being considered as either a no harvest closure, where you can still catch and release striped bass, or as a no target closure, where it would also be prohibited to target a striped bass. And there's, a coastwide option for when closures could be applied, but it's more likely that the closures, if went forward, they would be applied on a regional basis based on the migratory nature of striped bass and how effective a closing at a particular time is off of each state. So the board did not include any options for changing the size limits other than a potential mode split option that would allow a wider slot limit for the for hire fleet compared to the private vessel and shore fleet, which would require a slightly longer closure for all anglers to account for that difference there. But the board had previously said, well, could we achieve a closure? Could we achieve this reduction for changing the size limits? And the only way to really get there with less than with nothing shorter than a 3-inch slot was to go to a 37 to 40-inch slot, for example. And the board decided that we didn't want to do that. That would then change the fishing pressure onto the 2015 and eventually 2018 year classes that we've been trying to protect. So the focus again is on those closure options. And the ones that are being that are in the document right now, when it goes out to public comment, you're going to see tables like this that have a region of either Maine through Massachusetts or Maine through Rhode Island. And depending on what wave you're going to take that closure in and whether it's a no harvest closure or a no target closure, it provides the number of days. I find looking at this a little bit complicated in terms of closing 47 days in wave 3, what does that really mean? So that would look like something like a mid-June through December open season for Massachusetts. If you were to close 53 days in wave 5 for Massachusetts, that would mean our season would be something like January through early September. So I think there's more to be developed here, more to look at. But I think overall we have real concerns about a no targeting closure in Massachusetts. They've been implemented in Chesapeake Bay based on temperature considerations. And then they have limited diversity of species to fish for. Whereas if you're targeting bluefish in Massachusetts, you're trying not to target striped bass, you're targeting bluefish instead, you're still going to catch a lot of striped bass and have releases. So it'll be a decision point about a big decision point about no harvest and no targeting closures, and that's certainly something that we want to get a lot of public comment on, assuming this goes to public comment.
Nicole, what are the parameters around no targeting? Is that like a terminal tackle question?
Nope. That is part of the reason that I think no targeting closures have been met with some skepticism by members of the board. It's hard to prove what species you are targeting. And it's difficult to enforce. These are things that the law enforcement committee has stated many times, but there is a viewpoint from some board members that a no targeting closure is more equitable and that it is impacting anglers that want to go catch and release fishing and anglers that want to go harvest a fish. That is the debate and why both of those options are included. So, but this is a really we're in a very fluid part of the development of this addendum. And so I just wanted to put in a plug for the fact that we are updating a website, our striped bass frequently asked questions website. You may remember after the emergency action was passed 2 years ago, we created this frequently asked questions page to try to explain in layman's terms and in more detail than the ASMC press releases why the emergency action that narrowed the slot was implemented. And so we are keeping this going and have added a section on the 2024 stock assessment and possible 2026 management changes. And it'll continue, it's a living document, so we're gonna try to stay up to date with, you know, what the management board is considering and eventually what the outcomes are, on this page. And we'll be, you know, advertising its existence, shortly when we do our next newsletter. But it should be hopefully a good resource to, for people to stay up to date on what's being considered for striped bass here. So that is all. Any questions on striped bass? More to come. Okay.
Thank you, Nicole.
Move it along. Also.
Don't fall asleep.
That's good.
That's good. That's really good. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you for having us. I'm Leah Crow. I'm the new Science and Monitoring Lead for the Protected Species Program. I'm going to give an update on our passive acoustic monitoring effort that's new as of this. And so I'm part of a team that has expanded this year. We're led by Erin. We also have Manali on board as the acoustician. We have two folks as gear specialists under the program as well, Dave and Brendan, and then Emma straddles both teams. So Emma, Manali, Erin are all in the room. And so we're adding these new tools for detecting large whales in Massachusetts because of these consolidated appropriation acts that gave some funding to efforts based on this pause in rulemaking from the Atlantic Large Whale Take Reduction Plan and saying that MMPA and ESA rules were fine until the end of December 2028. So in this pause, the assistance to states was given proportional to federal lobster holders, which I'm sure you all know about. But to expand our monitoring of right whales, large whales as well, other large whales as well, and develop innovative gear technology, and then assist with compliance and enforcement of regulations. So I'm speaking on point number 1, but Erin's going to speak on 2 and 3. So North Atlantic right whales, this is a really busy slide from NOAA, but basically on the left, it talks about their migration throughout the year. They give birth off the coast of Florida and Georgia in the southeast US. So that's where most of the reproductively active females will be in the winter. Some other animals will go down as well. Their migration route is largely along the eastern seaboard of North America. So there's a lot of feeding that's happening, including in the mid-Atlantic, southern New England, the Gulf of Maine, Cape Cod Bay. And then a portion of the whales are known to go up to the Gulf of St. Lawrence in the summertime. There's also some animals that spend time foraging around southern New England in the summer as well. The primary threats to their survival are entanglements in fishing gear and vessel strikes. We look at their population trajectory over since 2000, and we have a peak in 2010 of 477. Current model estimates have the population at around 370 with some uncertainty around that number, which is that shaded blue. So that's like plus 11, minus 12. The bar along the bottom is showing the number of documented births, so those dark blue bars. And then the dots are showing the estimated deaths based on model estimates. Between 2014 and 2019, it was estimated that 165 animals died during that 6-year period. You can see during that period, there's pretty low birth numbers. In the last decade, it's about 12 animals a year are being born. An unusual mortality event was triggered in 2017 based on documented, like bodies documented dead. But when we look at the model estimates over those periods, we get some more information about what happened in hindsight. So far what's happened this year, well, I guess I should also say, the population has 70 reproductive, less than 70 reproductive females currently. And we're seeing longer calving intervals between successive calves. So it used to be about 3 or 4 years, and now we're seeing about 7 to 10 years between successive calves. So far in 2025, 11 mother calf pairs have been documented. There's been, well, as of yesterday, 3 entangled whales sighted on feeding grounds. That was one up, still more information, but more in Canada. And so later in 2025, we'll get the population estimate for 2024. So this is all retroactive estimates based on photo identification of individuals. Okay, so North Atlantic right whales in coastal New England, a lot of the work is based on visual surveys. So there are visual surveys that occur up and down the coast. In January of 2025, about 20% of the population was cited from photo identification efforts on Jeffreys Ledge. For the work that we collaborate with the Center for Coastal Studies on in Cape Cod Bay, they've cited about 50% of the current population in bay waters. In April 2025, about 20% were cited south of Martha's Vineyard in that shipping lane area by the New England Aquarium. Again, just like the population abundance trajectory on the previous slide, this is all that work, and these numbers are based on being able to tell all the individual right whales apart. And yeah, so that's how it works. So there's been a lot of reliance on visual survey, but in this map, which is a screenshot taken from whalemap.com, which is a public resource that you can see about recent whale detections, including from visual and acoustic methods. So there's been a lot of effort to bring acoustic listening, acoustic detection into the fold for our management tools. Okay, so acoustic monitoring. There's a lot of noise in the ocean. Some of this is based on the anthropogenic activities. So in this picture, the orange is some of the common anthrophony noise. The blue, kind of white, is looking at the biophony, so the animals that are making noise. And then the green is the geophony, so that you can detect from sound, earthquakes, weather, rain, all make sounds that can be recorded. And so when we're talking about acoustic monitoring, there's really 2 approaches to it. There's passive. Passive is when you just record everything in the water column, and then you go back and find out what those signatures are and try and find them. And active is actively transmitting. So that's like your echo sounder is actively transmitting acoustic, using acoustics to get the depth off the bottom. Also acoustic telemetry, which is also a common mode where you actually attach a tag that has a distinct acoustic signal that propagates into the ocean and then is picked up by a receiver. So in this study, we are focusing on passive acoustic monitoring, so just recording the broad spectrum of sound in the water. So this picture shows a couple of different approaches to passive acoustic monitoring, which includes just stationary stations that have recorders attached to them. Some of them have a surface system associated, some are bottom mounted. Some folks will tow acoustic arrays off the back of their boat. There's, attach them to animals and so on. And so how do we measure sound underwater? There's a couple of physics involved with the ability to detect sound. So the intensity of sound is how loud or quiet. And so that's looking at the measure of amplitude. And frequency is looking at low to high frequency, so like low notes to high notes. And that's how fast the wave is going. And so when we look at the soundscape in the ocean, we look at what's called a spectrogram, which is this colorful thing on the right. And so frequency is on the y-axis, time is on the x. And essentially those lower notes are along the bottom, and that's where we see right whale calls, we say ship noise, snapping shrimp, say whales are on there, and then higher, when you get higher up in frequency, you can see different kind of frequency modulated calls of different animals, including humpbacks, dolphins vocalize up there, in the higher notes. And I'm gonna see if this will work, but I thought it would be fun to play a sound for you, if this will let me. So that's a stereotypical right whale up call, and that's the call that we're looking for when we are looking for detections of right whales. Does anyone want to hear a humpback?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And humpback are fully recovered, right?
Humpbacks are still endangered in Massachusetts, and depending on what stock and who you're talking to, I guess, whether they're fully recovered or not. There are still endangered populations of humpbacks around the world. Yeah.
So where's the west coast then they're fully recovered? I thought they were. fully
Hawaii,
recovered.
yeah, the Hawaiian, there is a stock that's considered quite robust and that has grown quite substantially in recent years on the west coast between Alaska and Hawaii.
But I think what Ray's referring to is that our DPS is currently not listed as threatened.
The DPS in the western Gulf of Maine is not federally considered endangered.
Thank you.
So there's some this is just one part of their acoustic ecology, one type of call that I gave for each of these two species. They do make other sounds besides that, but those are kind of some examples.
So when do they use that upcalling sound, the right
Yeah.
whales?
So an upcall is used by all age classes and sexes, which is why it's a good stereotypical call for a right whale. And it's a contact call. So it's thought to be a social call to communicate with conspecifics. But because it's done by everybody, it's a good representation of that species, whereas humpback song is only done by males, adult males. So that would only be detecting, a quarter maybe of that population, because it's only looking at the adult sector of, half of the adult sector of that species. Okay, so acoustic detection, it relies on the whales making the sound, and it relies on the sound that we're looking for, that they're making that sound that we're looking for. And then it also relies on us detecting that signal correctly. But what's great about it is that it can continuously monitor an area despite what's going on with the weather and despite what's going on with the daylight, whereas visual survey, weather often precludes a survey from happening, and at nighttime without, infrared technology, a survey is quite difficult. It also, we collect a lot of data through continuously monitoring sound, which have also many other possible applications. So, like I said, earthquakes can be, detected from sound, fish, different cod breeding areas and spawning areas. So there's many other uses for these data. And so visual detection, it relies on whales being at the surface, it relies on someone being there to see it, and it relies on someone then reporting it. But we get a lot of different kinds of information from visual surveys that we can't get from just presence only data, which is what acoustics give us. So information on that individual based knowledge. So on entanglements, injuries, births and deaths, those are all coming from visual data. Cryptic behavior is challenging for both modes of detection. So if an animal is traveling under the water for a long amount of time, that's difficult to detect visually. It's also difficult to hear because they may not necessarily be making sound during those behavioral times. Okay, so here's the meat of our project. We've put out some PAM, some passive acoustic monitoring stations, and we were deciding where to put these. We were considering where is there currently visual survey effort happening. So this panel all the way to the left is where the Center for Coastal Studies will do their aerial surveys. These are their different configurations that they most commonly will fly. The middle panel is where our partners have passive acoustic monitoring stations. So we've made sure that we knew where theirs were. So we were putting ours in strategic places that wasn't overlapping that acoustic effort. And then where are whales, like, where are the habitats that we are seeing them most often that would be most worth, us doing this additional monitoring? And so we made the decision to deploy, and I'll get into the specifics around what kind and what kind of monitoring is going on in these spots. But this is our current configuration with consideration, or with state waters plotted on there as well, with consideration to these other factors. But in addition to this, we're also considering some other regulatory and potential points of conflict. So all around the left, space use conflicts with consideration to our resource assessment survey. So this is all the tows that they've ever done. So we didn't want to put something where they're likely to be towing.
Okay.
Yes.
Go back to the previous slide. The other passive acoustic monitoring efforts, the second slide from the left. There's a concentration of, those are acoustic devices.
Yes.
Is the number in relation to the wind farms?
Yes, there is quite a bit of monitoring in southern New England area because of that wind area, at least area.
What the reasoning being, what would the reason be for that?
For them to have them down there.
Yeah.
They've been monitoring in that area, I think, I can't tell you when that started, but
Is that pre-design?
yeah, that's mostly NOAA Fisheries, and that was completely for a different purpose than the focus of this program. So some of that is, they've developed standards for the wind energy areas. When should they start construction? Advice on that stuff.
That's what I was going.
So we have our resource assessment survey to contend with. There's also the state regs and the federal regulations. What's plotted there is the restricted areas, the 3 different restricted areas. So yes, also taking into account the regulatory need when we're trying to design the survey. So that brings us to the actual acoustic monitoring survey that's currently deployed. So within this scheme are 2 real-time passive acoustic monitoring stations. Those are on the map in the red. So there's one off of Cape Ann and one in the middle of Cape Cod Bay. So what happens here is if a whale is vocalizing within the detection range of these 2 buoyed systems, then that detection gets relayed via satellite. The satellite message beams over every 2 hours. Yes.
What's the distance of the detection range?
It's essentially, detection varies based on substrate, water qualities, and other sound that may be masking. So it's quite fluid what's happening. Like, sound will bounce around on rocks where it will be absorbed by sand. Generally, you can say within 5 to 10.
So 5 kilometers would be 2.5 miles,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
10 kilometers, 5 miles.
Really testing me now.
And you
Yeah.
scientists always talk in meters and kilometers. Thank you.
That's amazing range. At least. it's-
Well, and also it depends on the amplitude that we talked about as well. So not an animal will not be vocalizing in a static loudness. And so that will also be a factor.
So coming back to those 2 monitors, would it behoove DMF to get more funding to put more of these monitors in our state water?
Well, I don't know.
I'll take that one. Yeah, so just to give you a relative comparison, so the 2 real-time monitors that Leah's talking about right now cost us in excess of $500,000 a year to operate. The archival one costs us about $10,000 upfront.
Thank you.
So it's more, so in the archival at the end, the real time are great because we get that real time information within 2 hours. We know that there's right whales around, or we know that they're not, and that's really helpful. The archival gives us the same information. It just gives it to us 4 or 5 months later when we go and retrieve them and do it. So we're getting the same information. So I think our focus here is really the real time. We're to try to put those in places where really aid in dynamically managing the fishery, being able to open and close. Where the archival is more about gaining, learning the presence absence information relative to long-term planning and management.
Okay, so in opening the lobster season, we're more dependent on the aerial surveys than these two buoys.
I would say when we look at everything, so the aerial surveys have been the backbone of what we've done for a long time, and so we heavily rely on those. This is a new additional piece of information that I think when it gets to that time, we're seeing all the aerial surveillance. The numbers really start to drop in that early spring season. Seeing a similar pattern on the acoustics surveillance really confirms what we're seeing and gives us that confidence that we're probably in pretty good shape to end the season.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
You're good. Yeah, so the real-time data are relayed to a shoreside analyst every 2 hours in little 15-minute chunks. And so when you see a detection on robotsforwhales.com, also publicly available site, you'll see confirmed presence. And just a small correction to what Bob said is that we cannot confirm absence, we can only confirm presence. So it's either a detected presence or a non-detection day, based on a group of 15 minutes where there's the threshold of acoustic data in that 15-minute chunk. That was kind of confusing, but it's near real time. A person does check it. So then we move over to our archival pan stations. We have 17 of these. So these are the other dots on that map. These are continuously recording at 48 kilohertz. The goal is to have that be year round. So we are limited by endurance on the batteries of the recorders. And so those give us about 5.5 months. So we aim to go out every 5 months to change the battery and recover the system. The two photographs on the left are of this system developed by Hui, where we can actually retrieve the anchors. So we have 2 of those out right now in Cape Cod Bay. The goal is to get some more out, especially in state waters, so we aren't leaving behind sacrificial pieces. So we have the rest of them right now are sacrificial I-beams in those spaces with a wire rope, so it's corrodable over time. But that's that schematic on the right of what the other stations look like. The height off the bottom is about 10 feet, except in the areas that are more shallow in Nantucket Sound and Buzzards Bay. Those are about 6 feet. And I feel like I'm forgetting something about this.
You want to describe how you retrieve those?
Yes. So these are acoustic release. So we have a hydrophone that we put over the side of the boat, and those send a signal to a piece of equipment that's also listening for any of those active acoustic tags that may be on fish or sharks. So we send a signal down, and then that releases the whole mechanism. That buoy then brings it up to the surface, and that's how we get that. With the recoverable systems, there's a spool of line, and that's what we use to pull the anchor up in order to reuse it.
So do they detect many whales in Buzzards Bay?
We don't know yet. So all of this stuff went out at the end of March, beginning of April. So our first recovery will be end of August, beginning of September.
Thank you.
Leah, how long would it take to process that? We're
Yeah.
in August, when would you expect to have?
That will take probably, because we're just getting started, a little longer on this first one than in the future, but I get into it a little bit in a future slide, but the amount of data for 5 months, we can probably process it in a couple of weeks. And then this is just a little note that these 5 actually have satellite beacons on them. So if they were to prematurely pop or get dredged up, we should know about it. I didn't mention this before, but we do work with commercial fishermen to access these spaces. So they've helped us choose spots that may be hangs. We've also consulted with people, including Jared and Melanie and oh my gosh, Kevin, to help us choose smart places to put these where they won't be interacting with the mobile gear fleet. Yes.
I'm very happy that you brought that up.
Yeah.
I don't have to now because
Yeah.
you did. And we were one of the vessels that you contacted and we provided information, and that is the kind of relationship that will bring you better information and
Yes.
working with the industry. So thank you for doing that. And as you expand the program, please remember to continue to speak with
Yeah.
mobile gear vessels.
Yeah, so far, nothing. I haven't gotten an email. So thank you, because it was, I think that kind of information, yeah, it's like can only come from the people that know the ground, so.
We also contracted commercial fishermen to help us in these departments too.
Yes, yeah. Okay, so this is a little bit about what's been going on to build capacity for this program. So the study period right now is expected to be through the end of 2028. Like I mentioned in a previous slide, the recording endurance of the device is 5 months. So within that time period, we expect 9 deployments at each site. So each deployment of 5 months gives us 0.5 terabytes of compressed data at each station, which ends up being 1 terabyte of raw audio. So when we do all that math, and we end up with a 254 terabyte anticipated data storage need. So we've been in talks with our IT department to acquire a data storage solution, which we've just got approval for. So that was good. And so in anticipation of that kind of background stuff, we've just got recent approval for our storage server. We have 2 workstations to process these data. They have faster processors. We've been working to be trained by our colleagues on their low frequency detection classification system, which is an algorithm developed by NOAA's Northeast Fisheries Science Center and the Woods Hole Oceanographic together. It's basically how we can process 1 terabyte of data within a couple of weeks, is that the algorithm goes through the data and looks for characteristics of that stereotypical signal, which in this case, for right whales, we're using the upcalls. And so this is consistent with regional efforts in the area, including the approach that the real-time systems use. So the project goal overall, improve our understanding of the spatial and temporal presence of North Atlantic right whales in coastal Massachusetts. We hope to develop a model of the acoustics data and an occupancy model, integrate the visual data with the acoustic data to better understand limitations of detection, increase the effectiveness of our dynamic management, like Bob said, combining these 2 methods of detection to have more confidence in the decisions that are made, and inform the development of future management strategies. And so I will plug this resource here that Kara Litos has been so instrumental in helping us put together, which is our passive acoustic monitoring website. Here you can find you can interact with our current PAM deployments. You can download those locations. And also what we have on there are our sightings and effort data as we're going to these different locations and servicing our gear. We're also looking for whales and we're prepared to photograph, etc. when we see them. And the website also includes links to the other collaborative efforts in the region, including Whale Map, which visualizes all the detections from the different partners along US and Canada, has links to Robust for Whales, DMF advisory, news, and other resources. And before I really get to this slide, I did just want to share this, which is really preliminary information on what has been detected on the real-time buoys. So in Cape Ann, we've had 2 days of detection so far since they were deployed in February, which both triggered slow zones by the feds. And then this is how our detections, so this is positive 15-minute periods per day. And this is how it's changed since the course of late February through to yesterday when I pulled this. And that dotted vertical line is when the closure was lifted in state waters and the speed restriction was lifted in Cape Cod Bay. And then on the right is basically the number of individual whales identified in Cape Cod Bay per month on the top. And on the bottom is the percentage of acoustic detections per month. So every day it was deployed in February, March, and April, we had detected acoustic whale presence, and then we saw that drop off consistent with the visual sightings as well. Any questions?
Very informative questions. Leo?
Excellent presentation, really, really neat, great science. Maybe this is more of a question for Kevin. Kevin, what do you think now? This does not come without some expense. Is NOAA or is federal funds being used for this?
Well, yeah, she mentioned this,
Yeah, I know it,
there's
but
a lot of federal funds going into this, but on the state side, we've been funded the Protected Species Program. Through, well, a lot of NOAA funds coming in year after year. We have, like, Dan Pressure, the Mass Environmental Trust, years ago, that the most common plate that's out there has the right whale on it, and we weren't getting any money, so we have a dedicated funding source from MET each year. And funds in our own account that we pay for this. And then
what's a line item cost for something like this?
For this,
This,
so that, like,
the whole thing, yeah.
It's about 4 million a year, well, 3.5 million. With
That was another half.
all the stuff and all the people. But, you know, at this time of the year, the end of the fiscal year, there's often, people have big ideas for cap projects, right? Like, we put a couple new bridges over the canal. And they can't always do it on time, and we're always ready to go. So I just got an email yesterday, does anybody have projects ready to go? And I reach out to my team, and everyone's like, yeah, we could use $80,000.
Yeah.
And during this meeting, I got a message that said, you can do that.
That's nice science. Yeah, it's great science.
Thank you.
So it's clear the big version of funding came with the delay in all the new rules back in 2022. Federal budget that basically gave the lobster and joint crab fishery a pass for 6 years, came with a ton of money, and all Maine especially, they think they're getting
17.
Yeah, 17 a year.
a year, we're
Right.
getting 4.5 a year.
Right, and so the thought is, you know, we're gonna go back to the big reduction team meeting in the near future or distant future with a whole lot more information than what we had in the past. Yeah, so that's the backstory to this.
It's great information.
Question. I was, and maybe if you can't answer this, Leah, maybe Aaron can. I was always under the thought process that these right whales keep traveling north. But almost daily, I get notices from NOAA, like slow zone down off Jersey. Slow zone south of the island. Slow zone up off Gloucester. So these 357 way.
370, but it's been 2 years, so.
Okay, yeah. I mean, they're all over the ocean. And I thought that they were in pursuit of copepods and they travel further north. And what kind of impact is the installation of these turbines having on these whales?
That's $1 million question.
Yeah.
Wow,
Can't answer that last part, but I can answer the first part.
okay,
Where the Gulf of St. Lawrence became a habitat that we knew about as a high density right whale habitat, starting in about 2015. And about 40% of the population is thought to go there in the summer as of 2021. I'm not sure on current, the current numbers, but that's based on a paper I wrote. So we don't know where the other halves are in the summer. And part of that is there is a revolving small aggregation south of southern New England, which I'm not sure if how much that's persisted in the last couple of years or not. But yeah, that's the $1 million question. And as you start looking, with these different tools, there is some more information. So some of those slow zones are being triggered by acoustic gliders, which has been quite informative.
and maybe you can answer this question, are the great states of Georgia and Florida deploying?
There is a network of real-time monitoring along the East Coast, including down to the southern states. The thing is about the behavioral ecology of right whales in the breeding ground is that they are very quiet. So we're talking about mothers and calves, and they don't talk as much as everybody else does on the breeding grounds. These are like brand new calves. So there's just a little bit different acoustic ecology happening down there. That renders it a little bit less effective of a tool. I think there's still effort. But yeah, you have to take into account the animal's behavior in that.
Thank you. Questions, Lee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great presentation. Thank you, Dan, for having this presentation. Oh, by the way, maybe Aaron can answer this. Oh, yeah, Kevin, while Aaron's coming to the podium. So I've had a right whale plate forever. So the money that I have to pay on renewal for my plate, does that come back to DMF or does that go into the black box?
We get,
That's a loaded question, Joe. We get $200,000 a year for whales and
Yeah.
sharks from MET.
Yeah. I think you're right there.
Maybe.
Right.
The entirety of the acoustics program is paid for through the federal funds, the Consolidated Appropriations Act. There is some state funding for aerial surveillance in addition to,
Federal funds doing good things, huh?
yes. Without those federal funds, there is no acoustics program. Oh,
You might have. Yep, I must have missed it. You did send it to me, I just didn't open it.
did that yesterday, I just knocked that out. You know what? No, sorry. You know what was harassing? Was all the emails
Yeah.
about those ratings. So I'm gonna give you guys a quick update about our on-demand grant program that we initiated this year. And as I'm sure many of you know, on-demand or ropeless fishing is a method of fishing that can reduce the risk of entanglement for large whales. And it also can provide fishermen with a way to access areas that are closed to persistent end lines. These seasonal closures are, the purpose is to reduce entanglements. Currently, on-demand fishing is experimental and requires special authorization either through an exempted fishing permit through the feds or through a letter of authorization to the states. So it is not at a kind of commercial scale or like operational level. And almost all of the on-demand fishing that's taking place right now is done with gear that comes from gear libraries. This isn't gear that the fishermen have purchased themselves. Is it down or over?
Over.
Over?
I believe.
Meaning it's borrowed from the federal government.
Yes, it is the, are you sure, Jen?
No?
It is the
click on
gear lending library. The state of Maine has one. The state of Maine has a lending library. That they've been building with what Dana mentioned, the state of Maine gets $17 million a year through the Consolidated Appropriations Act. And they're using some of those funds to build this gear lending library. So none of the gear right now that is being tested with on-demand was purchased by the fishermen or is their own personal gear. So while things are experimental right now, efforts are in the works to take this to the next level by 2028 and make this, more operational and not just an experimental fishery. So eventually on-demand is going to have to, sink or swim on its own merits, both financially and logistically. So with that in mind, we took a portion of our funds from the Consolidated Appropriations Act and it allotted it to this on-demand grant/research program. This is just an infographic from the feds, but with the implementation of on-demand fishing and whatever scale, is ultimately determined that is going to be, a lot of other people are going to need to know where that gear is. We're going to need like virtual gear marking that replaces, the information we get from the surface marked buoy. So mobile gear is going to need to know where things are on the seafloor. Other fixed gear fishers, in addition to the fishermen who are setting their on-demand gear. So we need this virtual marking system. Because concerns about gear conflict are real and high. So this map shows you on the left here where the spatial extent of the on-demand testing that's happened during the closed seasons.
And then on the right is the areas where they've done on-demand testing in the open season. So when the seasonal
just-
restricted,
You talk, the map to on the left, is it the hatched areas that are represented? Yeah.
sorry, that's what I meant. So the hatched areas are where on-demand testing has taken place during the restricted seasons when, lobster and trap gear has to come out of the water. And these are, on the left, will be fully on-demand systems, so no vertical lines. But they also, through the federal EFP, have had on-demand testing during the open season. And those are the pink areas on the right. And those are hybrid trawls, so one end has a buoy line, and then the other end has on-demand. The way that the feds have operated their exempted fishing permit is that they require fishers to test on demand in the open season first to get used to the gear. Before they allow them into the restricted areas. So you need to have like a certain number of on-demand hauls under your belt. Well, there are software applications out there where you can see all that information about the on-demand gear that's on the seafloor from the entire range of manufacturers. You know, there's a number of manufacturers that have on-demand gear and they all have their own app, but you need kind of a one-stop shop where you can see everything that's out there from all manufacturers. So the Earth Ranger buoy app is a new app that just came out where when you're within 5 miles of any on-demand gear, it will show up on the app. Time Zero navigation software also has an experimental feature in this version 5 that will, when you're within 5 miles, show you all the on-demand gear that's on the bottom. But obviously you have to like purchase the software and it requires internet for it to work.
Or does that also require that the fishermen, when they set it, push the update?
Yes. So the fishermen have to, say they haul their on-demand gear and they set it back, they need to, add that into the system so that it shows up there for other people to see.
And it automatically deletes out the old position. It's
Um,
gonna keep it from duplicating and.
that is something that we have talked about. So we have been talking with Earth Ranger for a long time, and this is a really iterative back and forth process of trying to make sure that things like that are addressed. And this is, this was really, the app was released like last month. So it's still a work in progress, but that is something that we have talked to them about. That's a good point.
Some question. So when they're resetting their gear, you've got your old numbers with gear pops, they haul it, and they're resetting. How do they take tide into account? Because I know there are areas, at least on the backside where lobster and fish with a substantial tide, like Smack Round Channel, that tide runs east-west.
So these are, you're right, these are the surface, the GPS surface mark of where you drop the gear overboard. But depending on depth or the current, there could be a difference between where it ended up on the seafloor and where you marked it at the surface. The state of Maine is looking into that. They have like acoustic modems on their on-demand traps and are checking to see, what the difference is between where you said you marked it at the surface and where it ended up on the seafloor to get a sense of that accuracy.
So my follow-up question would be, how do lobstermen fishing trawls fish side by side?
Well, this is one of the potential, downsides, one of many, of on-demand gear is that you may not have as much confidence in being able to set gear in a proximity to someone else, that you had with buoy gear. You may not have that same, buffer of confidence around on-demand gear because is it exactly in this spot or is it, generally in the spot? So that's one of the potential outcomes is that gear density, the ability for there to be, the gear density that we're used to now might be affected.
Thank you.
But Aaron, didn't we actually do some studies along those lines this past summer?
Yep, so this past summer, so we have 10 on-demand traps. And we did an experiment in Buzzards Bay where we went out and we set first the trawls. We set 10 trawls. We used 2 fishermen. We're actually working with a third too, to set the trawls side by side. And we started at 100 feet and then we went to 50 feet and then we went down to 35 feet to see if we were having gear conflict. And we did. But that was one fisherman doing that to himself. The next thing that we want to look at is how does that change when one fisherman is, setting next to another? Because everyone has their own, their own way of setting their trawls out. So that was a more like controlled, environment that we were looking at that in.
Bill,
I would suggest, just from my perspective of understanding how we work when we set and what the outcomes can be, that you work closely with commercial fishermen who are actively fishing and go to the areas that are going to be the greatest challenge. And I understand why you would use Buzzards Bay initially and you use the shallower waters. But if you really want to get a handle on what your challenges are going to be, you have to take the thing and
Right. There's,
and
yeah.
go with it. I would suggest you work with the North Shore guys and then work your way down and definitely include the high energy current
Yeah.
regions around Cape Cod, especially around Provincetown.
So you're right, this was sort of the pilot project of this, and our next steps are to do it in more dynamic areas, deeper water,
You
more
got it.
current,
Okay.
Buzzards Bay was just like an easy.
Yeah, no, I understand why you
flat,
start
shallow.
at the very beginning, you wanna, yeah. But you will eventually get to the point where you'll be going out where the actual fishing takes place in high energy areas.
So we want to be able to tell fishermen, maybe under these conditions, in this current or in this depth or in this environment, you're gonna have a little less confidence about setting, close to this gear. Compared to these other areas where it might be easier to fish at proximities that, we're used to with buoy gear.
For the effort that Aaron was talking about for this study, the approach was a baby steps approach. Basically, we wanted to get our feet wet and not lose $50,000 worth of gear and learn iteratively. And then, like you said, Bill, now the next step is to bring it to real life applications.
And those fishermen had never used on-demand gear before either. They weren't ones that are in the exempted fishing program. So we're teaching them how to use the gear while teaching ourselves too.
so question, Aaron, this is the year 25 and will be mandated, right? We got a reprieve until 28 because of the state of Maine and 2 senators. So when,
Well,
what is it, 20?
December 30, yeah, 29 would be the first time new whale ranks would come into effect.
Which we might have to mandate this type of,
No. The way I understand it is the feds are looking for this to just be one of the tools in the toolbox. So that if, that you can get into these closed areas, there's a possibility that there might be more closures on the table. So they just want to have this ready from, the alternative gear marking perspective, that it can be implemented commercially if needed in 2029.
one, another suggestion, I know it's not allowed in Cape Cod Canal.
It's not
But
allowed in Cape Cod Bay. On demand.
I'm
fishing.
saying on a
Oh.
pilot program, before you go to these high energy areas.
Yeah,
Set gear in the Cape Cod Canal, get a letter of authorization or something, just to work with EMF. Because you have a lot of time.
You can't do it.
Now.
You can't do it. You can't get it.
Army Corps will allow us.
Well, it's just a ball,
Either end.
east or west.
So looking at this Earth Ranger app, it's nice to see I downloaded, it's free, the other ones were quite pricey. But is the info from this gear, that's entered by the user, or is it getting the info from the gear itself? So they have to manually enter where they're.
no, it's not coming from, like, the gear isn't signaling from the
To the
seafloor.
app.
This is the user putting it into,
So you don't actually need to test the location, the app side of things, you don't actually need on-demand gear, you could use any gear
yes. Sure,
and then go to the high density areas.
yes,
Really?
that's interesting. I gotta think about that a little more. So with, with thought towards on-demand ultimately being implemented in some form, we initiated this program in December. We sent out a notice to all fixed and mobile gear fishers that they could apply for this program. For us to assist them in buying equipment related to on-demand fishing. The equipment they would need to fish with the gear, but also visualize it on the seafloor. So we had reimbursements up to 25,000 for fixed gear permit holders and 6,000 for mobile gear. And I had 278,000 to spend in 2025. And I can't spend it past 2025. And so far we've distributed 230K so far to 11 fixed gear fishers and 3 mobile gear applicants. One of those mobile gear applicants has a fleet of boats and they applied for 3 of their vessels, just. And eligible reimbursement items are obviously the on-demand gear itself, the installation of through-hole transducer so that the fixed gear guys can signal the gear to the surface, navigation software like Time Zero so that mobile gear and other fixed gear fishers can visualize the gear on the seafloor. Also devices to receive on-demand data, whether it's buying a plotter or a computer or a tablet. And also installation and maintenance of satellite systems so that they have internet on the boat that can get the information to the plotter, to their tablet. So some issues that came up when we initiated this program. So right now, under the federal EFP, the fishermen can only use gear from the gear library. And when we initiated this, the feds had let us know that they were in the process of changing the language of the EFP so that guys could fish their own personal on-demand gear if they wanted. That did not happen and is apparently not going to happen. So right now, the guys have been buying the gear with the idea that it's just in their barn or in their yard, for the time being, or in their basement or whatever. And that the next steps would be for DMF to apply for our own EFP that would allow the participants to use the gear that they either get through this program or that they purchase themselves. So we are going to be writing that and submitting that this fall so that hopefully the EFP is ready to go for February 1st when the next closed season starts. But there's a lot of details and specifics to be worked out. How many fishers are we talking about? Where, who? Is it just guys that had a history of fishing in the restricted areas during this restricted season prior to them being closed? What are the training requirements, data collection, how do we approve on-demand systems that are allowed to be used? How do we, make room for fishermen to innovate their own on-demand systems? So that is TBD.
Aaron, could you touch on that, folks who are state permitted only, how they?
Yes, so if you are dual permitted, you need an exempted fishing permit to be able to use this gear right now. If you are state permitted only, you only need a letter of authorization from DMF. And this past close season, we did have one fisherman off Gloucester who purchased gear through this program and fished on-demand gear off Gloucester with only a letter of authorization from DMF. And he did so very successfully. So that is another avenue. But there's so many dual permit holders who have been fishing on-demand gear and are interested in this, that EFP is, needed as well. So in the next allotment of Consolidated Appropriations Act funds, we do have more money to continue this program. So that's something we also need to figure out if we want to, what do we want to do with that money? Do we still want to do this grant program? Do we want to do a really big push to have outreach to the mobile gear fleet and fixed gear fishers and really try to get people to use on-demand gear and use this program? Trying to figure out how we want to use those funds. So that's my update.
Thank you, Aaron. Questions for Aaron?
Yeah, lots of questions.
A lot of questions.
Lots of questions, yeah.
Me too.
So I'm a lobsterman. I can't imagine everything they have to do. It's an amazing industry. So if I say I want to gear up and I want to go on demand, and I'm gonna fish the allowable number of pots that I'm allowed to fish, what is that gonna cost me?
Well, some of the systems are like $1,500 per system, some of them are 4,000.
When you say system, you're talking about the
Like
acoustic
one
part?
on-demand trap, one on-demand unit. But you're right, this is a financial decision that the fishermen haven't had to make yet because they've been using the gear from the gear library. So you're right, this is a business decision ultimately, and this is, Bob and I talk about this all the time, that so far we're just playing at this, like when we, like the collective.
Understood, it's like Orville Wright.
Well, it just hasn't been, the rubber hasn't met the road of whether this would work and guys would use on demand to get into the closed area. If they had to buy their own gear, and then did they make enough money with catch to offset that? Like, is that worth it? So that is the next step. So we're at an interesting like fulcrum point with on demand.
And I promise you, last question. So I'm on demand. I deploy my line. And you said before that there isn't going to be a ping to let another fisherman know that there's on-demand gear down there. I wanna fish in that similar area. How am I gonna know not to drop my line over his or hers?
Well, that's why you would want to use one of these softwares that show you, here's the trawl. So that you would know, just in the same way when you see the ends of the trawl that are buoyed, you wouldn't set over that person. So that's why having,
Can I just correct you? No, you would want to, you have to. That's a requirement to you. It's a
Right.
requirement of the LOA or an EFP that you have to use this virtual marking software so that the location of your gear is.
Okay, I'm breaking my promise. I'll ask another question. Sorry about this. So I'm doing on demand, but my buddy's doing traditional. How is he gonna know not to put his line over?
Right now, it's not.
Okay,
This system is envisioned in a closed area. The fishermen have a mother may I
yeah,
mode, and
It's
they go
fascinating.
in and they'll use this because they know they're being given opportunities to fish in an otherwise closed area. So it's logical to assume that everyone fishing in the area would be doing that.
okay.
I don't envision a system where there's a blend of buoyless and buoyed gear. I mean, that's just not practical.
Yeah, no, this is, where this is envisioned is an area that's closed down to fishing, and the criteria to get in and fish here is you have to use on-demand gear. Part of that is within our LOA, we say, okay, here are the requirements. You have to use a virtual marking system, so we know where the gear is, and anyone else who's fishing on demand knows where it is. In this early iterations, we're limiting where he can put the gear, specifically saying you can't put this in area where there's an active mobile gear fleet. Because right now, the mobile gear fleet has no idea that it's there.
Exactly.
If this were to really work, the ability to detect those on your chart plotter on every mobile gear boat, they would have to have that technology for it to work, because otherwise it'd be towing up $50,000 worth of gear.
No, I understand this. We're in the infancy of it.
Yeah, it really.
And that happened this year, right? Did a scalper clip
Yeah.
a large amount of the science center's gear that one of the EFP?
Mhm, yeah, that was once still live.
Interesting.
I'm gonna go to the director of the MLA, Massachusetts.
I'm just grabbing my water. Ben, what's the question? And listen, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Erin, thank you for that presentation. That was great. How many pots are the state's LOA for, and are they in a prescribed location? A box of sorts, or can they fish anywhere in the
The
closure?
Fisher off Foster?
If I was to apply for an LOA, can I get a full till, or do I have to be restricted? I know the science center limits them to 200 pots. Is there a limit on the number of pots they can fish?
I mean, that is to be determined. I mean, we're gonna have to talk about that. If more fishermen want to do this, those constraints are gonna have to be worked out.
And what about the location? Can they fish anywhere?
Well, I don't think we would be allowing on-demand fishing in Cape Cod Bay, just given.
I'm not thinking of Cape Cod Bay.
Well-
I'm just thinking, once this gets out, which it is out now, I think you're gonna get more interest in North Shore effort.
The fisher on the North Shore this year, we did constrain him to a certain area. But yeah, we'd have to talk more about that.
Sure, yeah, no, it's opening up a big Pandora's box. It'll be a lot to manage because then. Right now, it's one individual working in an area where we know there's no mobile gear fishing, but if that expands. What happen? Right now, I would say it's a case by case basis at this point, where we're not at a point where we can just say. Okay, pool's open, everybody in. It's really case by case.
Bob, you're definitely correct. You're,
Yeah.
yeah, and you're the lead on this. With Aaron,
Yeah, I mean.
okay, that's why you get paid.
Dan's-
But,
Dan's the
no,
boss.
hold
He's
it.
the guy who.
Dan has to oversee the entire staff. So that's why you get paid the big bucks, Bob, and come up with some good ideas.
That's true, but at the end of the day, his name goes on the.
Let me give that a little bit of color to that.
Not mine.
So before the last election, there was a schedule to sort of proceed rather quickly with rulemaking because of all the investments in technology that are gonna be needed by 2029. The thinking was, well, we've got to get this stuff, these rules enacted quickly so people can plan, and resources can be found. Well, you know, a bunch of protected species people have let go, I mean, at NOAA Fisheries. I don't expect a lot of, I don't expect as much progress under this administration as we would have had under a previous
You're talking
administration.
federal.
Yes, but that's where so much it's coming, I mean, the whole tape reduction team that Bob and Aaron attend, like I said, they were gonna convene last month. You know, for the first conversations of what these rules could look like, that would be, maybe be approved by the end of 2027. Or maybe at the end of 2026, so that people have ample time to invest. So, you know, that's why this thing is slowing down substantially, but we're doing some great work, and I think we need the time to figure this stuff out, but I just wanna point out the sort of the reality of Washington and the administration and the slowing down of progress on some of this stuff, and also there's interest, especially among the state to the north of us, to maybe talk to Congress about another delay, because they would like to see more data collection, especially on the passive acoustic monitors that you just heard about. So we've got, Maine has an array, New Hampshire has part of it as well, Mass and Rhode Island. So when Bob and his team go to the take reduction team meetings, they're gonna have way more knowledge 2 or 3 years from now about where whales are. And I know we can't prove where they aren't, but if there's presence of whales through the passive acoustic monitoring, that is going to affect some of the strategies of the take reduction plan, but there's just, we're in a different era since the election.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right, Jared, we're moving on to other business and public comment. Is there anything that commission members would like to see put on the August agenda? Because we're not gonna have a meeting in June.
Oh, we might, right. I suspect that I'm gonna have to be talking to my bosses about the outcome of this vote and figure out what it's going to mean, because August may be too late to, if this commission just voted to raise, to keep the gauge raised in area 1, I think we have to sort of come to grips with that and have that conversation with the administration.
Okay, but the June meeting wasn't planned until today's vote.
Well, I don't know if it'll be a June meeting or not. Like I said, I have to communicate the outcome today to the commissioner and the secretary and then the governor, and we've got to figure out, and also once people learn that the gauge isn't going up, I think it's gonna be some less. So I think we have to be fluid in the scheduling. Jared, what were we thinking? I guess we could do something in July if we need to.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to kind of circle
Yeah, we need to talk to.
a couple weeks to figure out where we're at.
Yeah.
But, you know, there might be enough time in July. I don't know. Turn around.
All right, so there might be a meeting that we didn't anticipate prior to coming to this.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah. It wasn't gonna be a meeting until,
Right.
thank you. All right, public comment, anybody on there, Jared?
And Sam over here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Sam Blatchley. I'm a New Bedford resident. I'm here today on behalf of the Outer Cape Lobstermen's Association. First of all, I want to thank the DMF and their staff. It was great presentations, and I don't think people realize all the stuff they have to go through to make this happen. And I understand what Dan said. I'm sure Dan and his team put a lot of work into it. Having listened to the comments of the commissioners, I just would urge that the DMF bring forward a revised proposal that adopts the measures that I heard from the commissioners that would be palatable, which would be a pause in the proposed gauge increase, but also then retain the Outer Cape lobster management area V-notch definition that is currently in effect, not that is to go into effect. I think that should be adopted through an emergency regulation following the appropriate procedures with formal approval then by the commission. And I think that's a great approach. I thank you for the opportunity to provide the comment. And again, I thank the commissioners and all the DMF staff for all their hard work. That was just my 2 cents. Obviously, Dan will have to do what he has to do and talk to his legal team, but that would be something that I think would be palatable to the whole industry, having heard the comments that I heard today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Jared? Nobody else in the public? Jamie? You know? Nobody's online?
Nope.
All right, motion to adjourn. Any motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you all.